Hello everybody, welcome back to Wappleville. We got ourselves more gummies here. More gummies, more better. Got Mouth of Sauron. Also we got, here we go. We've got the Witch King over here. We have King Aragorn, and it's a Knight of Kings it looks like. Yeah, Knight of Kings here. I'm gonna be reprinting this one here because, well, I mean, he's about actually kind of the right height. Hey there, Landras. Sorry about the delay. Hopefully you got the video, because that's one of the things I was waiting on, was for this to upload right here. So that took a little bit longer than I thought it was. Hey there, Ryan. Sorry it's so late. But again, here's the latest video here. Just got this thing up there. This is the new bust that we did using meshy and stuff. That's good, Landras. Very, very, very good. Excelente. Here's some of the other ones. So check this out. So there's our Warg Rider right there. This is the Goldberry right there. We'll be doing this one tomorrow. So this is a Dark Queen Schmaladro. I guess later today now. And then of course, oh looky here, we have Gollum right there. So we'll be doing those. Ryan, maybe wait a little bit before you post some stuff. So Landress, did you get to paint some more stuff today? I saw the latest pictures. Those were obviously super fantastic. Now let me. I just want to compare. Okay, yeah, that they're about the same. They're a very similar size. Then, hey there, Armored Wolf. So yeah, now a lot of these, now that they're pretty much dry, I can start to get some of the foliage on these things here. Let me move some of these guys out of the way. There we go. Okay, that's a little better. We'll start with our dry brushy stuff like we have before. So Ryan, that building was looking really good. Yeah, that was looking super fantastic. I'm going to see if I can't maybe get this a little bit closer. I don't usually do this during the stream, but I'm going to try and see if I can't get that a little smidge closer. That should make kind of a big difference. I will have to... Here, let's go this way with... There we go. I'm going to have to do a little adjusting of these things here, and then we'll adjust our focuses. There we go. Now that's fantastic, Landrast. And hopefully, Landress, one of these days, right, you can be able to post that stuff. I mean, even if Landress, you just like post it to your Facebook or something, and then that way you'll be able to post it here in the chat. Because I mean, you've painted a ton of stuff, Landress. I mean, for years, you got a bunch of stuff painted there, and you got well, your gigantic terrain piece. Actually, Landress, when's the last time you used the? Was that was 3 levels, wasn't it? The big terrain piece. I could swear there was actually 3 levels there. So actually, Ryan, we got some eyeballs in the chat there if you wanted to share stuff. Yeah, Ryan, why don't you go ahead and share stuff? I just looked over that and went, okay, well, I think you should go ahead and post some stuff there. Because, now, Landris, did you ever put interior lights on that thing? I know we were kind of talking about that. I mean, it's easy enough to just take the little LED lights and just like basically stick them in there with some blue tack or something instead of kind of like trying to do wiring and all that other sort of stuff. Well, actually, Landras, why don't you share it then? If it's in that Discord, yeah, go ahead and share it. Again, the likelihood of me ever being able to look at Discord stuff is between never and nope. And also, nah, there ain't enough time. Well, unless you want me to start the streams like 3 days later. Let me do this here. Landress, a little bit of self-loathing is always good. Self-loafing, that's a little bit different, right, Landress? That's probably a different situation there. It's funny because Ryan, that video with Galadriel there, I did that with pre-glaze, and it would have been for sure. It would have just been a lot easier just to do it the regular way, like this with the darker primer. Well, here's hoping that all kind of gets back into the swing of things pretty fast there. And I guess Ryan, I don't know how things are sort of playing out for or at least the early part of 2026 there for you. If maybe things are kind of shaping up a little bit more. I'm tempted to kind of do the Witch King's face like the Twilight Ring Wraith face or something. So we might give that a shot here. I just realized, like all of the other race, there's nothing there. All right, there's my King of. Let's do a different one here. What the heck? I'll just take the green straight away. I'll just take the green straight away here, and we'll just do this. We'll just make this happen. There's some more. Now, Landress, do you have is it just kind of like you, Mario, and a few of the crowd there, or is it a bigger crowd? Now, I'm glad, I don't know, I get more productive as far as, okay, if there are some super long hours, a little less maybe on the ultra stressful side and a little bit more on the productive side. All right, we're just kind of doing some dry brushy stuff here. We will do the darker glazy stuff, of course. Might we'll leave our mouth of Sauron here for just a sec. For just a sec. All right, what we got here? I'm gonna just get some of the paint out of this here brush. Now, hello to everybody there at Shay Landrast. Oh, actually, I have to say, Ryan, those paint marker things, I think there might just be some usability for those things when it comes to terrain. That test is coming up pretty soon, but I was doing it to model train cars for my brother there, and those things kind of had some interesting aspects to them. So that's that. Well, I'm gonna be doing the next video. I'll be filming it Sunday. Yeah, on Sunday. Uh, those oil paint things. Do I have one of them? Yes, I do. Oh, that's what I forgot to get. Well, maybe I can get them on eBay. I meant not eBay, but Amazon. But I meant to get some something like this here. But I'm curious to see what these do with the oil paints. Are we essentially making our own oil brushers, which is hilarious. Because if you go back to the very beginning, this was the Adepticon, well, the first Adepticon that never was. I was trying to make my own oil brushers, and that is why they ultimately ended up in here. Go figure. Go figure. Yeah, so that's I just only just remembered that now. Yeah. Wow. Huh. Go figure. Nice. Hey, Cinder, how you doing? Great to see you there, Cinder. Happy New Year, Merry Christmas, Cinder, all that good stuff. And remember, it's not going to be our next, but our first Flat Thursday. Who knows? Might even actually paint this this Baltar right here because we haven't painted any of our BSG flats. And again, this is the new style one, made with the Maker World and also again with the homemade frame or the integrated frame. Yeah, I can do words. So Cinder, if there's anything that you wanted to share, like usual, anything you want to share, please go ahead and share that. But anyway, as always, Landress, appreciate you being here. And thanks, Ryan. I know it's super late. Okay, we'll leave you there. Now, let me just maybe do this. This is probably enough. Yeah. Boy, Cinder, there's just so much new stuff that's been going on. And Armored Wolf, I'm gonna try to do another batch this week of the not image to STL. What's the other thing? The Maker World flats, so that I can have a decent amount of those in the Dropbox folder, and then like Penny and Melissa can grab some of those. Because I just saw that Penny is she teaching a class or something? Armored Wolf. Hey there, Valdi. Great to see ya. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, of course, Valdi. I know we saw you at Christmas time there, but hopefully your New Year's was fantabulous as well. And Armored Wolf, I don't know. Would you say that the skulls that you did? These got to be the Make It Epic ones. Did you do them at about twice the size, right? Because yeah, I gotta print these at a few different sizes. I mean, again, I had no time to actually. Now I gotta buy resin. Believe it or not, you would think that I haven't printed much. Well, yeah, I've been printing out these and the flats and everything. I got half a jar of resin left. I started with 6.5. I now have half a jar left, if that much. So I guess, well, I guess I'll get those other containers. So Armored Wolf, sorry about that. I actually have some more containers coming here because I'm kind of, let's put it this way, I'm not super sold on the tubes, Armored Wolf. After that one experiment, I'm like, that's going to not only take 800 years, I'm not so sure because the labels don't want to stay on or anything like that. And that would just be too much stuff. So I'm experimenting. Oh gosh, I think they're about this size. Remember, you got me this Armored Wolf. They're about this size, but they come with a sealable top. And I think there's between 12 and 16 wells in them. And I was thinking that this might be actually something good for the oil painting because it would actually fit well in that little box thing. Oh, I gotta start printing those out, Armored Wolf. Yep, I better start printing me those out. I need like, what, 18 of them or something? Yeah, better start printing those out. I think I can maybe get 2 of those out per day. Well, Valdi, hopefully you're able to kind of swing back into everything really quickly there. Actually brought out some new filbert brushes for this one here. And again, this was the new video that is up on the Patreon page here. This is our new, again, a new bust that we made. Actually made this myself, just like all of these. Made this one myself. And I'm kind of actually tempted to have this be the bust for whatchamacallit. Well, no, I think we'll go with the AON one. I'm just looking around for maybe this will do it. This will do it here. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. So, phthalo green, floral green. Come on. Gee whiz. All right, fine. We'll do it this way. Oop. Oh, you know what? I should do that, and I should do that. There we go. And of course, New Year's was fun. This was, I believe, the 5th time we have painted planet Earth right there. Getting so used to doing that. Now that's the difference between Meshi and Eldritch Foundry. There you go. Also, too, it's a different character, so there's that. Yeah. So one was Eowyn, and this one, that one's Galadriel there. More of a dark green there. I gotta get more thinner in that. There we go. You know what? fine. I'm actually going to throw a little bit of that chromium oxide green in there too. I want a glowy eyes. That's right. We want to get some glowy eyes working there. That's all right. Doesn't matter. We'll get it figured out. Oh, what was it? Well, let's see. For this coming Monday, I'll see if I can get some more of the BSG ships printed. I have some of the smaller ones. Yeah, I got some of the smaller ones. Maybe we'll hold on. Maybe we can do a couple of those. Some of the smaller ships there. I just have to go back and look and see what the heck have I, because the earlier directory that I did had more of the ships saved. Then again, he's taken down a whole bunch of them. Now again, some of this we're letting this do some mixing, the usual deal. Come on, get on there. More of this here. I'd still got more of these I gotta print. I even, just test ones. Unfortunately, the Witch King on Fell Beast, while I was able to get a decent couple of images going, even with the trying to finagle the angles of it, it's still, there's parts of it, like the Fell Beast is missing like a whole leg and part of a wings. Now I think the wings maybe are okay now, but yeah, still trying to get certain things figured out. What are we doing here? I'll just keep going with this maybe. Try to maybe get some flamey stuff in the snow. Well, on the good side, well, now we're just 24 hours away from getting all my Meshi credits back. So that that infusion of what, 1,000 credits for doing that survey thing, or no, doing the review. That's right. That actually did last, and I think I still have 400 left. When you consider how many figures I've made with that last batch of 1,000, that's not too shabby. Yeah, let's just keep going with the greens there. And then we'll just have to let this set, like always. We'll let you just sit over there somewhere, and then we got to do this to the, I think it's the Witch King and King Aragorn. And again, depending on how things are rolling, we'll maybe hit the Mount of Sauron there. Mars Black. Actually, Landrast, I use the Gamblin Van Dyke Brown. Actually, oh, that's what I'm using right now. Actually, I got that out here too, Landrast. I'm still I still can't remember Landrast which one is a little bit warmer or cooler than the other one. Is it the Williamsburg one that's a little bit more neutral, or is it the Gamblin one, or is the Gamblin one like almost more? I don't want to say more towards Mars Black or something. I just can't remember which one is which. Like I said the other day, it's been a little while, right, since we last did that test of the two of them together. Yeah, Landrast. Now, is that the Gamblin one or the Williamsburg one? I'm sorry, I'm having a brain moment there. And of course, there is a new emoji or emoticon or whatever the heck those things are called to signify what it is that we do and do not do on this channel. That was one of my favorite new animations. I mean, I like the hype train animation too. Okay, that's at least I feel a little bit less like I'm losing my mind than Landrast because that was just like that's what I kept thinking was that I'm pretty sure the gambling one is the one that's a little bit on the cooler side. So, yay for me remembering that. Get this in here. There we are. Again, still kind of tempted to do the whole Twilight race thing for the Witch King there. Now this is that is more of just the gambling. Uh, let's see. No, no, I almost said Burnt Umber. Nope, that would be Van Dyke Brown, not Burnt Umber. Get in there. Then we'll do the same thing for Aragorn. One last bit here to do. Yeah, right. To me, this is just a faster way. There's no doubt about it. I know we did all kinds of tests on that and everything. Hey there, Camda. Speaking of which, how you doing there, Camda? Now, Camda, did I send you gingerbread-ess? I did actually ask GPT to try and create like an actual. Okay, here's make this piece this size. This piece is this size. And I thought, oh, this that could actually have almost like a little bit of a roadmap there to doing the actual gingerbread, only to have it kind of cheese out on me there. It didn't work very well. It did make a nice just like image of it. So great to see you there, Camden. Of course, Camden, if you want to share some stuff in the chat, please go ahead and do that. So great to see you there, Camden. Hopefully you got the link there to the new video. Actually, Camden, geez, did you actually do your stream? That's right, you were going to be streaming. I don't know if you actually got a chance to do that stream or not. I apologize if I wasn't there because, well, I was probably either filming or at the family's house or something like that if you were streaming. Now let's start to do some of the bluish. You know, I'm going to get me a little bit of the Prussian blue into that. Like we do. Like this here. Oops, there we go. Get in there. Get up there. Alright, see you in a bit there, Landrast. See you in a bit. Yeah, let me just roll with this. Just be easier. There we go. We might do some freehandy type stuff on here, I believe, actually. Let me get that darker. Letting that mix. You can see. Yes, we're doing a glazy type thing, but you can see we're also letting that mix. So again, you want to share anything in the chat there, Camda, please go ahead. So Camda, now it wasn't anything like what I was describing the other day, right? Where you literally just couldn't open anything up? Or was it, I mean, with Streamlabs, it could be any one of 10,000 different things, right, Camda? Actually, maybe more than 10,000 different things. So yeah, that. Oh, you know what? Fine, I'm gonna grab it here. Let me, speaking of the ombre here, I thought I had this out on the palette. This is just the Griffin stuff here. So yeah, Armored Wolf, I think Sunday is when that stuff is showing up. Those different little, this is what kind of gave me the idea, Armored Wolf. Because, again, what's this got? 12 trays? Yeah, see, it's got 12 trays. Something like this would fit in that. Actually, probably better than 10 tubes of paint. It would be a heck of a lot less work. Now, the reason I got them, Armored Wolf, is that I thought, okay, if I get them now, what is it, January 2nd, 3rd? January 3rd now. Uh, I'll put the paint in there this week, and then I'll just kind of monitor it every week and just kind of see, okay, do all of the paints stay okay in there, or are some, better than others? Armored Wolf, I'm still, I'm debating. Do I print out this new Galadriel one, or do I just keep it the Eowyn one? The Eowyn one. Well, the thing with this one, Armored Wolf, is that they would have this. It'd be easier for them to grab this thing, I think. Also, too, I mean, that's well, oh geez, Armored Wolf. Oh gosh, Armored Wolf. Well, I'd have to buy you the resin because it would take a little bit of resin there, Armored Wolf. But yeah, if you printed those up on that, that's a Saturn, right, Armored Wolf? Yeah, you could probably print up like all of them in 2 days or something. For me, okay, yeah, even with the two printers, I don't even know. Could the two printers, so Armored Wolf, do you think the two printers, like even combined, could do half the, keep up with like half of what your one printer can do? I don't know. But, I don't know. I think that size, that's not a bad size, right, Uber Yeti? Uber Yeti, how are you doing? Well, of course, Happy New Year. I mean, we just convened not too long ago, right? You were there. I think you were there the whole time, right, Uber Yeti? Either the whole time or darn near the whole time. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Camda just shared. Now, Uber Yeti, I don't know if you got, well, hopefully you got the email to the new tutorial vid. So yeah, Armored Wolf, it'll either be the Eowyn one or this one right here. Now again, this one, I mean, they're very similar as far as the colors would go. It's just, I think this one has maybe a few easier to reach areas. I don't know. It's all of a sudden now I'm kind of actually. Oh well, either way, I would. It's my own file. No matter what, Armored Wolf, it's definitely going to be one of my own homegrown files. For sure, going to be one of my own homegrown ones. And again, Uber Yeti, appreciate you being here for that. All right, so I think we got that going now. And now again, with the Witch King here, still very tempted to kind of go, this. Well, we'll leave him set there, of course. Again, we do also have Mount the Sauron here. And Uber Yeti, well, I'll send you pictures when the new sweatshirt arrives. Nice to see you there, Valfera. So Valfera, that I was going to ask you about, the Mississippi State thing, but all of a sudden that's kind of changed it a little bit too, hasn't it, Valfera? Because they haven't lost enough stuff already. They might also like take 4 of the assistants away. Yeah, that's pretty crazy there, Valfera. That more insanity like that. Oh my gosh. And of course that stupid last play, Valfera, that never should have happened. That was just absolutely obscene. There's no way that it should have even come down to that ridiculousness. I mean, how many laterals were on that thing, Valfera? I couldn't see it because, again, I wasn't watching it. I can't watch the games on TV or anything like that. So I just was listening to the guy saying, and there's another lateral, and there's another lateral, and there's another lateral. Oh, look, another lateral. So great to see again there, Valfera. So we're just kind of seeing what we can get on our King of the Dead here. Who knows? Maybe I break out some of the Perline Black in a bit. Let me just go with. You know, I'm going to do that. I'm going to mix the Van Dyke Brown in with this. And we're just going to darken you down. Because remember, we're also going to kind of get some of the rust going in this too. Well, Valfera and actually, and Mississippi State, they lost. So actually, things are not looking so great this bowl season for. I mean, with literally the exception of Ole Miss and, well, I guess Texas, not a whole lot of success for the SEC this bowl season, right, Valfera? And again, we have done tons and tons and tons. I believe this is number 21, 22, and 23 of our Lord of the Rings gummy bears. And again, we'll be doing Galadriel, Gollum, and possibly Goldberry. It's the three G's: Galadriel, Gollum, and Goldberry, I guess. So yeah, this is the King of the Dead. I meant to bring the King of the Dead figure up here. Well, when I go refresh the medicine, maybe I'll go grab the figure from, because I want to be doing the. I'm going to be trying to put out that video this week. But yeah, for Mississippi State to, or sorry, Ole Miss to pull that off after, Mississippi State was the game that was on tonight, so that's why we're kind of keep mentioning Mississippi State there. All right, let's get some of our violet. I put this violet out here because I thought I was going to be also doing the goldberry one, but I think we're going to wait on that. A little bit more of the violet, perhaps. And then do the blue on top of that. You can see that some things are starting to get a little bit less shiny. Where's Denethor here? Because we're going to have to. There we go. We're going to start working on the base here. Let's do this for the lighter parts of this. And okay, those don't alternate. Those are. I got to go drier than that. That's fine. I got plenty of paint that I can just kind of dry brush on here. Just start to lighten these things up a bit here. And I'm kind of tempted to put the lighter dry brush stuff on the mouth of Sauron there. Just so that, well, I get it. We'll see how things roll out here. Nope, there's nothing there. Okay, that one should be a little lighter than I guess. So, You know, I'm gonna do it because I wanted the eyes to be more of a glowing type thing. I'm just while we're doing all the other glazy stuff, I'll just take this and some of our floral green. Come on, there we go. So Valfira, I actually did an animation of those, which looked really, really good. The only problem is that not Suno. What am I thinking there? It's Grok. It puts sound in the animations, and I just did not have the time to literally take that into my editing software to kill the sound because there was no way to just post that as is without that weird sound in there. I would have liked to post the anime. I'll send you the animation, Valfira, because it really it's very fun. The little animation with them in it. Okay, so now he's already got himself some glowing. Oh, and then here too, we're gonna make this be more of a glowing experience down here. Maybe that one too. Which means that needs to be a little lighter. So there we go. Okay, we got some glowy stuff there. Get rid of this. I do need to, believe it or not, I need to start getting me some more of these guys because, well, no, I think I just need to open up a new package of them. That's right. I do have other packages of those brushes that I think I can open up. I'm gonna grab you and also that. Maybe a little bit of this here. So Veilfair, I don't know if you heard me talking about those an experiment with some more containers. This would be for the Adepticon class. Several things, factors going into those because I'm just kind of give up on the tubes of paint. I think that is just, that's not going to work out. This would actually, it wouldn't be tremendously cheaper, so price not really the biggest thing. It's more, I think that they would actually be more effective than the tubes. I was just not really happy with how the tubes were working out. I'm very glad that I did that video. Of course, what's the king of all? What's the Egyptian violet of containers, Valfira? It's this right here, right? It's these guys? Yeah, those are the best. But the Army of the Dead video, that's going to be the first of the Army showcase videos. I guess I should call the other ones maybe showcase vids because they're more focused on individuals. I guess I have even more stuff for the Galadriel video. I still want to get the Radagast bunny sleigh. Not that the chits, it's really referred to more as the bunny sleigh. Yeah, Velfair, I was looking again at a whole bunch of feedback on things. That the thing that I'm giving a shot is these sealable trays because in all of the listings that the ones that I was really looking at, they more than once mentioned oil paints going in them too, and actually people in the feedback they said they used them for their oil paints. So that I just thought, okay, I got a few of them. I got two different, I don't know, it's three different sealable palette type things, and then a couple of things that were just containers. And we'll give them all a try, and we'll see which ones work, right, Inganes? How you doing there, Inganes? Everybody, please give Inganes a follow. And, of course, Inganes, why don't you post some of your stuff in the chat? Everybody should follow Inganes because Inganes also does the oil paints. So be sure to give Inganes a follow. So great to see you there, Inganes. Now, Ryan, were they the kind of the typical ones that we've always used, or were you able to find some little different ones there? But Ryan, I'll let you know how these other containers and also too the those markers. So that's the next video I'm gonna do, and I have to see. You know what? Where's our? Maybe we'll give him a test on this because I mean it's not like this would be. I guess you could say this is painting chibis or something like that. But maybe we give the markers a test on that. I have no idea why that I just picked that up like that, but that might be an interesting prospect there. Now you can see we're going warmer on our grays here. We will go cooler on our grays on the helmet and the mace and the other stuff there. Yeah, Ryan, it's so funny because the whole point behind those was to try and basically create MIG ammo oil brushers. And with these crazy marker things, now again, the advantage we have with the oil paints in those is that we could be mixing like this, and we can take a blending brush, and the marker would be part of the process, not the whole process like it is with the other stuff. Although Ryan, I think you heard me saying earlier, those markers, at least even just with the standard acrylic ones, the big block there is that they're just so there's no dark colors. There's black and there's like one other dark color and that's it. But with the oils, we'll have plenty of dark colors. So, and there's two different nibs. There's I think a finer one and then there's a bulkier one. Now we'll see. What is it like trying to get the darn paints in there, or are we better just like taking our that brush thing and just sticking it in the palette over there? I'll do both. I'll certainly do both things. I'm gonna do this thing here. I'm gonna grab the. You know what? A little bit of this. So for here, let's get some lighter stuff going. And Aragorn's hair, like you do. Back to this. There we are. And of course, Uber Yeti, like always, you want to share stuff in the chat. You've only heard me mention it a bazillion times. You want to share stuff? It's always fine to do that. I'm going to do a little, almost a sky earthy type of thing there. There we go. Let's get some more of that there. Some here. I think it's next Saturday, right, Velfera, for our 2 games? It's going to be a crowded Saturday. Because I think there's going to be at least one NFL playoff game on Saturday. Maybe 2, right? The wild card games. Oh, wait a minute. That's right. There's only one bye now. And actually, Velfera, what is it? 1-7? Yes, 1-7 for the team with the bye in the playoffs, and only Indiana, of all the teams that managed to avoid that curse, Indiana. So Uber Yeti, they're think of them. They're almost like your wet palette sort of thing, but they're about, I think they're going to be about this size because, see, there's what, 12 trays in here? Now, I don't think there's a brush thing. So, that there's two different ones. There's what, square one, and there's a more rectangular one. And we'll see that, again, they should be about this size. So, this is maybe 3.5 by 6.5 or something like that. I don't think it's 5 by 7. But again, for the classes, I thought, well, that's about the amount of colors we're going to have. It's all self-contained. It's something that people could very easily take home with themselves on a plane, or a train, or a bus, or whatever mode of transportation they're going to use, instead of tubes of paint. Because, well, again, they won't break, they won't burst or anything like that. Now, what they would still have to have is a dropper bottle of thinner, but, that's neither here nor there. Whatevs on that. Get some of that paint out of there. If I can't, 1 second. Fine, I'll use this. Gotta get the eyes. This for Aragorn here. Nope, that ain't gonna work. And I need to open up a new thing of brushes, but I'm not gonna do that now. I'll just have to wait till, well, after the stream here and before, well, the Saturday stream, which is later today now. So yep, Velfair, I was showing, I think I might have even sent you a picture of the stuff that Green Stuff World sent. They sent me, I believe, 2 or 3 of the smaller ones here. These are the smaller ones. I think they sent me maybe 3 of these, and I think they might have sent 5 of the larger ones. We will see if they're actually going to work or not. And, how painful is it to get the paint in there? So that will be the video that I film on Sunday, is just basically trying to use those. And I'll obviously just try and put our normal colors in there. The thing is, are they going to have to be darn near pre-glaze consistency? Or can they be a little thicker than that? I'm kind of leaning towards, well, they probably have to be, if not a pre-glaze, not necessarily pinline wash consistency. So Uber Yeti, obviously, I was thinking if they're successful, I'll do a video on them. Now Uber Yeti, what I'm gonna do, don't get them just yet. Let me get them, and I don't know if you heard, but I was gonna put paint in those things, and just like check on them every day or every other day and see, okay, how's that paint doing in there? Does it look like it's drying? Um, you know, if you just kind of stick a brush in there every so often, Uber Yeti, does that kind of help it to, what are we saying? Does that kind of help it to stay active or whatever? Keep from drying out or curing in there? We'll see. No way to know, right, until we actually give it a try. But yeah, don't rush out and get those just yet until I have a good chance to really experiment with those. Oh, actually, that's not necessarily armor there. Okay, so we'll bring this back then. Well, that was a little more of that Payne's Gray than I was really bargaining for. Okay, now we're talking. Okay, there we go. So yeah, Velfira, we'll see how they work. Since I'm not looking to just use only the markers, I think that kind of gives us a better chance, a better shot at it, right, Valfira? Now, of course, Uber Yeti. Yeah, I mean, I like it when other folks also participate in experiments. If you and again, I just got them on Amazon Uber Yeti. One of them, the one that I'm hoping really works out, it's a square one. I think it has 16 wells in it, and I think it's a 4 pack for $12 or something like that. That's the one I'm really hoping works because of the size of it and the shape of it, and then the fact that it holds 16 instead of 12. Again, is it going to work? We shall see. But yeah, I've got. Well, actually, there's one that's a 24. So the 12 one, okay, I don't. It doesn't actually have the price. So the one I was most interested in, it's $20 for 4 of them, and again, there's 16 wells. Hey there, Arda Michael. If you want to share some stuff in the chat, please go ahead. So you did. I did send that. I thought I sent that to you, Valfira. But I mean, it looks like gingerbread. It also looks like Edoras, doesn't it? It sure does. So, Arda Michael, why don't you share some stuff in the chat there? Great to see you there, Grand Oracle. Appreciate that. So, Grand Oracle, hopefully you'll have a little time this weekend to check out this video right here. And again, this could be the thing that we use for our painting class at Adepticon. I'm still gonna lean it more towards the Aowen one. And again, everybody, please check out that link that Gummies shared as well. So thanks, Grand Oracle. Yeah, Grand Oracle, I was still filming that video. Good grief, till almost 7 in the morning. Yeah, yeah, that I was filming that thing for a little while. And the reason that's kind of one of the reasons why the stream is later, because I didn't get a chance to upload it until much later this evening. There we go, because it took a little while to render that one. So everybody check out that Skelly friend that Arna Michael just posted. And everybody, again, also check out that link that Camda posted, that Nganes posted. So Grand Oracle, I think you heard me mention that the big experiment in the next video is going to be those those paint marker things. I am not holding my breath as far as like their overall usefulness is going to be. I mean, maybe they work out. I think price-wise, I think this is our best option. Is Harry Sticks is always going to be the best option. Although I gotta say, I might even, well, I was going to do the markers, a test of the markers on terrain. So that's also one of the videos that I'll be filming this month. It's going to be that, among the things that we try, it's going to be that giant Easterling Palace. Mostly because we already did paint some of that with the airbrush, some of it with the oils. So yeah, Arda Michael, that's something that I've been talking about for a little while is the potential using those on terrain, because especially the FDM stuff, after using them on some model trains where there was a whole lot of rough surfaces, we're talking not just like rivets, we're talking about metal ribbing on the side of a coal gondola. Yeah, I mean, they put more than just coal in there. It's not like it's a hopper, it's a gondola. Valfira, I would, I'm gonna give it a try to see if like the original filter thing works, or is it better off to say, and of course you could give it a try there too, Valfira. Like we do the gummy bear ones, where we just say, I want to see King Aragorn as a gummy bear. Or because well, let's see, the problem with using the photos with these is that it literally just makes them like translucent. They don't look anything like a gummy bear. They just look like some kind of weird, like they turned you into a piece of candy, but there's no chibiness to it or anything. It's not stylized at all. It's literally just the person who looks kind of like, a ballistic gel. That's it. Yes. You just look like you're made of ballistic gel. Like everything, your clothes, your gear, whatever it is you got, just looks like ballistic gel, which is not really, that's not kind of the look we want. Intriguing as that is, that's not quite what we're looking for. Actually, I might have sent you that, Grand Oracle, the picture of Gingerbread Us. I might have sent you that. Now, again, we're just kind of working on Aragorn here. We will be getting back to things like the Witch King, and then also King of the Dead. But see, we still got shiny stuff there. We're waiting for the shiny stuff to recede. I will mess around with the base here, because guess what? I don't see any kind of shiny stuff there. Which means, and again, these are like individual little marble sections here. That's why we want the brush strokes to show up, because that's essentially representing the veins of our marble there. There we go. Or made out of bones there, Artemichael. It could be bones. It could be, well, because it's all of the above, right? Let me work this way here. No. I'm going to go back over to this stuff. And that would be it. It's not quite a sky blue here. Okay, yep, that's it. That's the one there, Grand Oracle. Now, again, I was a little bit disappointed when I thought, okay, it's actually because it said, oh, if you want to do a gingerbread version of Medjugorje, here's all the dimensions, and it started listing off all the dimensions. I'm like, that's not terribly helpful. I just want an image of it. But the instruction, let's put it this way, they were very IKEA. Actually, they were like IKEA instructions, but in Chinese. As far as how useful they were going to be, they would have been absolutely useless. So yeah, they were a little bit more like Chinese IKEA instructions. Now, so Uber Yeti, those were basically, it's $20 for 4 of them. Now, again, maybe they go on sale or whatever, and then they would be less. But as is, it's a 16 color thing. It's 4 inches. Well, it's basically 4.5 by 3.5. That's pretty much your dimensions that you're looking at there, Uber Yeti, on that thing. So that's the one that's a little more square. That other one that's the 12 my guess is that it's going to be somewhere something like 3 by 6 or 3.5 by 6, something like that. And well, obviously it would work for watercolors too. Let me get rid of that. Yeah, Grand Oracle. Hopefully we can make that next year. What I want to do, Grand Oracle, is be able to have, if not molds for all the pieces, um, molds that I could press into it so that you could basically kind of create the texture. And then what I would also have to do, remember we were talking about this, is get some kind of like junky $20 airbrush or something like that, and that would only be for food coloring, and then we could literally kind of airbrush paint the thing. Again, don't know how that would all work, but it would make an interesting airbrush workshop video, wouldn't it, Grand Oracle? Yes, the first ever it would be a terrain workshop and airbrush video in combination. It would be the most bizarre video ever. Let me do this here. Lighten up his other ear. There we go. So yeah, Grand Oracle, we'll see if that would be possible. Again, would it be all that different than just airbrushing through some of the high flow? No, well, the like the inks, like you say, the Liquitex inks or whatever, or even the GSW inks. Would it be all that different than doing the food coloring? I don't really think so. I think it would be quite similar. Chromium oxide, Terra Rosa. Going in here, and a little bit more of the chromium oxide. Just lighter too. There we go. Well, it'll be fine with the nutmeg log recipe for sure, because the nutmeg log recipe is that's relatively absorbent. Because well, Kathy did that with oh gosh, basically making cuneiform tablets. I think she even added a bit of confectioner's chocolate or something. No, was that the powdered chocolate, whatever it is? Again, it's kind of like a confectioner's thing. There we go. So since it would mostly just be obviously various shades of brown and such, right, Grand Oracle? I was thinking that we would probably have, well, again, could it be some of that chocolate stuff there? So we've got our Witch King right here. We've got the Mouth of Sauron. We might get started on him. We've got King of the Dead, and we've got Aragorn here. So the Sauron Grand Oracle, for some reason, his cloak doesn't print. So yeah, this is the Witch King. This is more of a Witch King type of a crown there. Wait till you see the Sauron one, the new Sauron there, Grand Oracle. So Uber Yeti, there's tons of them, and I mean, by tons of them, there's so many. I obviously could only get a few of them to try out. Well, it's definitely. I mean, and to actually Grant Oracle. Uh, well, the one that I wanted to do of him would have been the flaming sword, but it just wasn't really doing a very good job on the flaming sword. So we're going to try and do a different one of this Grand Oracle with the actual flaming sword, because then we could do object source sliding on it. There you go. But yeah, we'll try to get the again. I don't know if it's just he needs to be rotated a little bit different, but there's tons of. I got to print out a bunch more of these, so we'll try and do another run of those. I don't know if you heard me saying Grand Oracle that it was not very long ago before I started printing all these up and the new flats. I had 6.5 jars of resin. Now I've got a little over half a jar of resin all of a sudden again. That didn't take long, did it, Grand Oracle? What Grand Oracle? It's really too bad, right? That you there's no good acrylic medium, or not alkyd medium, right, Grand Oracle? It's a real bummer because if we had that, that would be super fantastic, wouldn't it? Surface tension. How you doing there, surface tension? Happy New Year, all that good stuff. Everybody, check out this link that surface tension is going to post. There we go. So surface tension, there's a new emoticon thing that you can check, and also there's this. So this is a new thing. I did this for Camda here. These are the things that we do and do not do on stream. So as you can see, I do words. I don't do names. I don't do dates. I certainly do not do times. Words, green checkbox because I do words. Great to see you again there, Landrast. Now, Landrast, I'm guessing this Thursday it's back to movie tones again. Uh, I wasn't sure what you're going to see, but I'm pretty sure this Thursday you'll be getting back to the theaters there. No, 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 no. That's just too chunky there. So great to see you there, Surface Tension. So surface tension, well. So surface tension, this is the New Year's stream. And as you can see, the Death Orb shield is in full function there in Welshlandia. So yes, the Death Orb shield was functioning, at least on our stream. And of course, our stream does establish the weather patterns. That's fantastic, Avatar. Let's see, that one was only like 17 and a half hours long, right? So you must have just got back from it. Or actually, I'm going to see the other part next week because I think like part 2 of that, right? Because you could only see one part of it at a time. The other part of that's going to be like 17 hours long also, or is that like a 24-hour part 2 there? So Grand Oracle, one of the things that, oh gee whiz, I think I was talking about in the video, I want to try and create another one of those. Here we go. So I'm going to see if I can do this in maybe in Eldritch Foundry, is create another one of these heavily armored, right? But it absolutely split down the middle because even here his head's turned to the side. So I want to try and in Eldritch Foundry have something that's literally 100% symmetrical on either side, and then we'll use that for our another little split screen there, or split miniature. So everybody check out that link that Surface Tension just posted. So again, Surface Tension, I hope that Christmas was great. I hope that New Year's also was sensational. So yep, Surface Tension. Hope again. We are the arbiter of the Earth's climate here on this channel when we're painting the globe. So we were trying to give the Welsh Atlantic Space Agency their due for their rather ingenious life-saving contraption that they developed long ago. Surface tension. I definitely want to print out my own nativity scene, but in more like 28 millimeter for sure. Because let me get a little bit of this green in there. I think there will be many more places where I could actually put that if it is 28 millimeter ish. Because you use the files from that same guy, right? The one that I think it actually was Cults 3D, wasn't it? But yeah, those really look tremendous. Their surface tension. I'm sure they were received very well. So yeah, Grand Oracle. I don't know. I heard them mention something about a tribes, or I think I've maybe seen some of their ads for it. Obviously, I've been using the custom developed thing. I haven't seen anything from the tribe, and of course they are working. Remember, they're working on basing bits, not basing bits. Well, essentially the equivalent of texture rollers. It's not a roller that you would print out or something like that. It's basically like instead of having to roll out the texture like we do now with the Sculpey and everything like that, this is something where it would just be on the base. So if you wanted to have an Egyptian theme base or something like that, it would just be okay. Here, let's have that round base covered with the Aztec roller or whatever roller. Ah, that's fantastic. Their surface tension. I thought for a second you were talking about making like a wall diorama. You know, like one of those where the picture frame and it's like a really deep picture frame, and it's almost a bit like a shadow box. That would be super fun to try. I would like to give that a shot. I think surface tension. I might have sent you the gingerbread. Oh, in surface tension, geez, I think I sent you the Lord of the Rings Furbies. If not surface tension, I'll try to get you those. Yeah, that's another new thing. Surface tension. Yes, Lord of the Rings Furbies. I'm not sure if you saw the new flats that I did from Makers with Maker World or Maker's World, whatever the heck it's called. I don't know. Yeah, I'm gonna stick with this here. Gonna stick with this. Yeah, so we're just hitting the Witch King here. And should time allow, maybe we even try to do the Mouth of Sauron. We're only 1 hour 14 minutes in here. Let me do this here again. A bit more of this. So yeah, surface tension. I think if I didn't yet, I'll send you. But I'll send you the yeah, the Lord of the Rings. We did like 2 dozen of them. Surface tension. Yeah, there's literally Furby everything. There's even like Furby. Oh, I didn't do a Furby Treebeard yet. Needless to say, the let's get rid of this. A little more just here. the edge of this. Looks like we might have our first bot of the new year also. Let me do this right here. So again, I'm going to leave this be much darker. We're going to try and get more of the bluish color in our Aragorn there. So yeah, surface tension. I don't know if you noticed the GPT. It has, and I think I sent you the felt version of like the Wapelius spell brush and Kathy and stuff. They were just some new simple filter type things. So instead of having to go in and actually make the prompts like I had to for all of these, and the Furbies as well, there it makes its own prompt. Thanks, surface tension. That is very helpful. Appreciate that, surface tension. Surface tension, definitely send me pictures of those. The 10mm experiment, well, the terrain went great. So I printed out the entire black gate. That seems to have worked out very well. As far as the 10mm figures, I haven't had a chance to even really try to prep those yet. There's some of them that I can just tell right away they're not going to print because, again, they were never really meant to be 10mm in the first place. Now, certain poses kind of still survive. Now, the other thing I can do, I could actually make my own miniatures that would, work in 10mm because I would kind of create them with that in mind. So again, surface tension, appreciate you being here. I was hoping that the holidays were going well. I knew that, you would probably be super busy and such. No, I don't want that, but I'm going to try to get maybe more of the violet in there. See if that will work. This is not our lightest light here, by the way. Also going to be putting some rusty stuff on here because that's another thing. Oh, that's another thing that should distinguish it from the Sauron. Well, also too, the Sauron one's going to have tons of object source lighting because it's going to have the Mordor setting for sure. Yeah, that's right, Surface. Well, even as it was before the actual holidays, remember, you had to kind of keep taking off saying, I need to kind of get things ready for the visitors here, for the out-of-towners. I'll take this maybe. Yeah. So that's at least a little bit different than everything else that's on there. You know what? I might just roll here. Let me roll with some of this Naples yellow here. That was more than we wanted on the top of that, which is no big deal because just snag ourselves something to use as a blending brush. And there you go. Look at that. It's all just, it solves that problem real fast. There we are. I did actually remember to do a film noir during the Galadriel video. So Valfira, if you do your film noir, when you go to exit the building there, I got to remember to grab that Galadriel because there was a couple of parts of it. I think the plinth and the dress part of it. When you did film noir, it was like completely flat. There was no shading or any kind of sense of shape or anything when we took away all the color. That's like big time film noir there. Surface tension. How did a certain greyhound? That's the thing. Is how did the greyhound react to other hounds in the same structure? That could have been interesting. Yes, indeed. Fine, I'll just use this to blend that a little more. There we go. So we have the Witch King, we have Aragorn, and then again we're working on our. It's almost like Christmas time. Look at this. Look at this surface tension. It's the three wise men. There you go. It's the three wise men. So Valfir, let's there we go. Like where is it? There it is. I'll tilt it on its side here, and this will be fun because you can see the warmer greens, cooler greens, right? And even like grayish greens. Well, let's do our film noir here. And it basically just looks almost flat. Obviously, a little bit of dark there, a little bit of light there, but otherwise, it just looks very flat, very plain. No cooler greens, no warmer greens, no other greens or grains. And here, there's no bluish gray, there's no violets, there's none of that until we do this. And then all of a sudden, we can see those colors starting to come back in all the different areas. So here, got a little bit of blue. You can see the violet up there. Then here, cooler green, warmer green. Film noir has value, right, Grand Oracle? Well, surface tension, that shouldn't have any negative impact on the garden moving forward whatsoever, or the yard. Yeah. Because once they learn something like that surface tension, they completely forget it right away and they lose all interest in doing their new little hobby, right? So, yeah, I think you should have nothing to fear because it never happens that a dog learns something from another dog and they say, wow, I never thought of doing that before. That looks like a lot of fun. That never ever happens. Now I'm going to do that now because again we are still waiting on some of our lazy glazy things on the Witch King to set. So here, let's get stuff out of this brush so that do we use this one? Fine, we'll use this. We'll mix up maybe some darker rusty stuff here. Let's try this. More thinner there, break it down quite a bit. Especially maybe on the mace. Yeah, I mean, of all the things, right, surface tension. Well, there was something. The Gus, he learned something from some other. I forget what it was. Actually, I think maybe barking at a doorbell or something like that. I don't remember what it was because it actually was before my time with the dog. But there was definitely some kind of a bad habit type thing that was picked up. Let's see. Well, in Ghanai's, I've heard of underpants gnomes in Ghana, but I never heard of underpants dogs. Of course, maybe the dog just heard Gandalf say, "Keep it secret, keep it safe." Maybe that's what the dog was trying to do. It was just for the benefit of Middle Earth. Okay, so now get a little bit of some rusty stuff on there. That could be mildly entertaining for sure. Again, not for the people involved, but for those in observation, that could be a rather humorous thing. Get some of this Prussian blue, some of the Payne's gray together here. Maybe a little smidge of that Mars black. What the heck? So yeah, that is a unique habit right there. Now, of course, that might be curtailed by the consumption of chocolate-covered raisins. Can't confirm or deny that, but that's not an issue that I've ever had. Again, many different benefits to the chocolate-covered raisins. The anti-theft property of the chocolate-covered raisins is not something that usually gets covered. Again, the other benefits are typically listed first. So it's just kind of normal stuff here right now. It's what, 21 degrees ish, something like that. It's either 22, 21 right now, I think, and that would be on the Fahrenheit uh, scale there. So probably what, a -5, maybe -4 ish or something. So surface tension, Camden was saying that Australia could just be represented by flame, like a giant red spot or something like that. It could be Jupiter. Oh, it's like Jupiter. Yeah, there we go. So there you go. Yeah, that's it, Camden. Australia is like Earth's version of the Great Red Spot. That's what it is. At least if it's as hot as it was, like it was, they were talking about there. Now, I don't know if I don't know if you guys are. So, Erda Michael, they didn't call that bomb cyclone a nor'easter, right? That doesn't qualify as a nor'easter at all. I mean, outside of the fact that it hit the northeast, I don't think that's enough to call it a nor'easter. I think it has to be drawing up that moisture from the south there. Again, I could be wrong, but I don't believe that latest thing counts as a nor'easter. Here it is. Boy, I better start breaking some of this down too. It's some. Oh, okay, there we go. Big old chunk of it there. That will go here on the sides of his eye, or eyes, and nose. Oh my goodness, there you go, surface tension. That's it. I think that's why. That's how the Welsh Landic Space Agency justifies the cost of maintaining the anti-death orb shield for thousands of years. Surface tension is they just point to Australia. They say, "See, do you want to be that? Is that what you want to be?" Yeah, Arda Michael, I wouldn't be surprised. if a week from now it was 70 degrees, right, Erda? Because that's kind of, it seems like that's how it's going to be. Trying to get me a little there. We got a little bit of light there, a little bit of our light there. Oh, his robe. Oh, that's right. We were wanting to do a wee bit of free-handedness here. So let me. There's a reference I want to scare up here. One second. Oh, I printed out those Gondor banners, Grand Oracle, that also were part of, I think, one of the tutorial videos, and those printed out really well, like shockingly well. So I'm very, very glad about that. I'm gonna try this one here. Okay. One second. I gotta move this reference. That's not what I wanted. Try this again. Not what I was looking for here. Okay, that's better. Also, change that. Get my reference back. Also, get rid of this. There. All right, Michael. Hopefully, I don't know if I know how much of the physical therapy stuff that you are still doing. I wonder, should I do it this way? Yeah, let's try it this way, okay? Come on, move it. I don't think we've done any cloaky type freehand stuff on any of our little gummies here. So I'm gonna try it now. Come on, over the top there. Now we'll get our Trio Gondor here. Trio Gondor. So yeah, you'll be seeing those getting painted up on a stream there. Again, I'm going to be printing out tons of these. Some of them are hanging banners, and then some of them are ones that just sit on the floor. The first batch I did, good grief, I thought I had them sized just right. I think they're still a bit just on the small side. So I'll have to print those out again. Doesn't matter. There's so many other things I got to print out again. Oh boy, Erda Michael. Well, here you go, Erda Michael. Just get a flamethrower. Just get a flamethrower, one that you can just put on a rolling, almost like a roll, like a whatchamacallit there, like a one of those a wagon, like a toy red wagon. There you go. Yes, a red wagon with those big wheels. Put a flamethrower on it, and just when it snows, just watch that snow melt away. That'll be much easier on the back there, Erda Michael. Now, of course, the the napalm or whatever gel flame type stuff is in there could also have a negative impact on any building materials that are around. So that could be, again, ill-advised. Using that close to the house probably would not be recommended. But it would. It's kind of like fishing with dynamite. Do this right here. And I'm only half joking about that, Artemico, because I do believe there is some kind of industrial snow remover technique that does actually just involve using a gigantic flamethrower. And I don't know if that's at a stadium or something, or if it's an airport. It was either a stadium or an airport that, no kidding, I mean, all seriousness, involved a flamethrower approach to removing snow. do this, and now some of the smaller branches there. So again, just a little bit of, I mean, that's nothing complicated there freehand-wise. That's some pretty easy peasy stuff right there. We have another, come on, another star over here. Another star over here. Just kind of again, marking down where those are supposed to go. So yeah, I mean, again, the flamethrowers have a variety of potential uses. Oh, that's no, that's the that would be the, oh yeah, the animation of the juggling flaming chainsaws there. Actually, did I load that one up, or did I just send that to people? I don't think I have the, no, I don't think I have the juggling flaming chainsaws. So yeah, surface tension. There's a hype train animation. There's the I do words animation. Oh, by the way, this is nowhere near our lightest stuff that we're going to be doing here. We will be doing later. So how are we doing on the King of the Dead? All right, so he's getting less and less and less shiny for sure. Just think of, so you get that kind of, you get the fresh cut wood smell, Uber Yeti, and then you also get that wonderful kind of campfire smell. So it's really good for multiple things. Surface tension, there was one point. This was either late November, early December, might have been early December maybe. I was looking at, let's put it this way, surface tension. There were some giant icicles hanging from people's gutters. Oh, you could tell surface tension. There was definitely ice jams that were happening. Like actual one, not I'm not kind of just joking around. There were definitely ice jams, and I could see it on some houses. Trying to get ourselves again some patterns flowing here. And then we'll hit this with our lighter stuff. Yeah, Arda Michael, that's I guess that's one of the hazards on living on a NASCAR racetrack, right, Arda Michael? That banking is really great when it's dry, right, and it's warm out. But as soon as that banking gets some ice on it, it goes from keeping you on the track to making you just slide right off the track, right, Arda Michael? The reason I bring up that story is because, well, they used to, in NASCAR, they used to dry the track with essentially giant, basically flamethrowers. Until Juan Pablo Montoya hit one of these vehicles. Well, he hit the tank that was trailing behind this vehicle. He hit it probably doing about 120 miles an hour. Needless to say, there was a giant fireball. And when they tried to put out the flames, it didn't work so well because the track was melting, and also because of the 36 or 37 degree embankment, all of the flaming stuff was basically flowing down onto them, and they couldn't walk up the embankment. So yeah, that was a little bit of an issue, and they stopped using those. Yeah, they stopped using those things after this incident. But it was basically a flamethrower hauled behind a very large pick 'em up truck there, and for whatever reason, this driver decided to during a caution lap, because it was raining, and during a caution lap he decided to run into this thing at about 120 bucks or 120 miles an hour there, and yeah, that created a little bit of a fracas. Somehow never did get the lighter stuff on the top of his belt. There we go. So we were just kind of now waiting for some of the more rusty type things that we did on the Witch King's armor there to have a chance to set. Yeah, I don't believe he is in NASCAR anymore. He was with NASCAR for a while, but yeah, I don't believe he is. Don't believe he is racing with the NASCAR circuit anymore. That was one of the craziest things, and I think actually Kathy was even watching the race with me. Let's put it that way. Let's put it this way: it delayed the race had to be canceled and then finished the next day because yes, they melted part of the track with this particular incident. So yeah, that caused and that was I'm sure that was Daytona because it was the great race every February. Of course, Valfera, gee whiz, it's hard to believe. Was today? So it's the third. 16 days from now, Valfera, we re-enter the time of great darkness. Yes, the sacred time ends, and the period of yes, the period of darkness begins. The time where there is no college football. So Electron Hexagon, this is partially for the patrons on the Patreon page. It's also kind of for Adepticon. It's also kind of a learning process, Electron Hexagon, because again, I'm trying to learn how to do my own STL files. So it's all part of that process, doing these things, and then of course, well, doing stuff like this bust here, which is a little bit more on the realistic side, shall we say. And then, of course, things like our Eowyn figures, so yeah, all of this is kind of part of the same experimentation phase. Yeah, in Gummies, I would imagine that would have led to a little bit of verticality challenge right there. Yes, indeed. That probably wouldn't have worked out so well. So great to see you again there, Electron Hexagon. Hopefully your new year was fantastic, Electron. And of course, like always, Electron, you want to share some stuffs in the chat, please go ahead. So Electron, well, let's see, now it's Saturday, so basically tomorrow on Sunday, I will be filming the tutorial video with these Electron. I don't want to test them at all. I only want to film the whole thing so that basically it's just my reaction straight away, unfiltered, which might go from shock and horror to, oh, this is how I should have used them in the first place. Because again, that's been several, like the Eldritch Foundry stuff, where I keep on subsequent videos going, oh, so that's what that button does. Would have been nice to know that from the get-go. And yes, I will be doing another video because I want to make again a couple of different busts. Come on, let me do this. And then this. And I also want to try to make something that is essentially the equivalent of some basically army. Oh, there you go, Grand Oracle. Oh, that might be the thing. Because Eldritch Foundry is heroic scale. Grand Oracle, what if I was to do the 10mm figures in Eldritch Foundry? Now, obviously, they wouldn't be, the output wouldn't be 10 mil, but the figures, I think, again, would have larger weapons, larger hands, because the files that I think I was trying to do was like Diwali ones. So it won't be a stream there, Electron. It's going to be part of the Patreon page. That's going to be a filmed video. However, Electron, the nice thing is, because I'm going to be putting oil paints into them, it is something I could use on stream. I'll let you, boy, actually, Electron, thanks for reminding me. Holy smokes, Electron. Yeah, I could actually use those on stream because there would be oils in them. Now, again, I don't know what kind of good they would be. Nice to see you there, Sash. How you doing? Happy New Year, all that good stuff. I hope that everything is going great. So great to see you again. I hope that Christmas also was fabulous. So again, we're right now it's a well, it's kind of a Christmas theme, right? Surface tension. We got three kings. We got the King of the Dead, we have King Elisar, and we have the Witch King. So it's the three kings. I should have well, also I think because I also have the Mouth of Sauron here. Let me get back to this one. Now again, I think well later today we'll be doing probably this Warg Rider, Goldberry. Where the heck? Oh, here we go. And Galadriel. Also I do have Gollum here. So I think we'll focus on these three. So it's gonna be the three G's, right? Goldberry, Galadriel, and this of course is Dark Queen Galadriel. So we're gonna paint her up just like Schmaladriel. So yeah, Electron. It could be that I only just use them. I basically just dip them into the oil paint in the palette and don't even bother trying to fill them up. But that's what we'll find out in the video, Electron. We'll find out in the video just, okay, is it even worth it trying to fill those things with the oil paints? Because Electron, I've actually done a few videos. Now, one of them, well, this didn't use them for the freehand, but one of them is a vehicles workshop video. Oh, wait a minute. I got that vehicle sitting over here. Wait a minute. 1 second here. There we go. Yeah. So that was actually done, and I only had, this was done with eyeliner pens. Yeah, these weren't the felt tip markers. These were eyeliner pens. And this, again, was just some, it was part of a freehand exercise on a vehicles workshop. So this was just transferring the design. This is not the final thing, but I did this and I went, wait a minute, that could be potentially a lot easier for somebody. And I said, you know what, maybe I will just stick with that. So Electron, I was just using them on these American Flyer S-scale train cars. It's a family project that I've been doing for my brother. And I found that those are, they actually kind of work well on very rough surfaces. Well, they take some of the pounding that maybe a brush, you wouldn't want that to take. So I will be filming a terrain video that also, kind of utilizes the markers. See if they can maybe, again, take some of the beating so that your brushes maybe don't have to, that sort of thing. Remember surface tension? I used to say that all the time. Where is he? And I would always, because of course Kamul is the best of all of the race. Let's see, and of course, where did our Witch King go? Oh, there he is. Yeah, Witch King, not that king. And again, I'm going to try to do the whole flaming sword thing on another one of our gummy bears there. So yeah, this project, it was all about. I think actually I've sent you some of the pictures, Grant, and I think I'll try to send you some that my brother sent me of. He actually even sent me a video, and again, it's basically each person in the family or each couple or whatever. They kind of have a train car that represents them. It's just again an open gondola type car. So I know for my niece, you've got the Brooklyn Bridge on one side and then their cat on the other. For my other niece, it's the Bay Bridge in San Francisco with their dog on the other side. For Kathy and I, it was Giro on one side and Trunco on the other side. Okay. And then actually for my one nephew, it's going to be Hawaii kind of landscape type stuff on one side and Arizona State stuff on the other side, of all things. Well, those Gondolierians are certainly in trouble, right? Landress, they need some aid. Electron, the oils really do help make that easier. Actually, Electron, I could see the marker pens with the oils in them potentially being useful for doing marble type effects, at least like bigger stuff. Maybe not little small stuff like those, but it could be possible, Electron. What would those guys? For Conquest Werewolf. That's it. Yes. Or well, Angmar. Actually, Angmar does have werewolf surface tension. Yeah, there you go. So seeing a little bit there, surface tension. Again, glad that you survived the mass amounts of house guests, both the two-legged and four-legged variety. You might want to get yourself additional pairs of underpants just in case that habit that was mentioned earlier pops up. You never know. Electron, it's that's been a very fun method, right? I mean, it's these two bases are literally done the exact same way. It's just we paint something different on there, and it's a whole different base, right? Electron. It's really wild again that it's the exact same thing, but just all you gotta do is paint something different on there, and it's a completely different base. So again, this is not terribly complicated. We are going to do a little bit of cleanups on here. I think some of our stars is now. There we are. So Electron. Oh gosh, what was the? Oh, it was one of the flats. Yeah, and I was trying to use the acrylic markers, and well, there was a couple of immediate drawbacks. The first one was like, okay, where's any color that's darker than like a value 4? The only one was just basically black. That was it. Everything else was lighter, which that was not helpful. But I'm hoping Electron with the oil paints, again, we can really scare up some very dark colors. Also, since we can just use our brushes with it, I think it's going to be interesting, again, to see how it works with the rest of our usual kind of oil techniques, I guess. Here, this is again, we're going to take some of that away right there. Yeah, there we go. So have a good one there, surface tension. Oh, here we go. Yeah, the up here we're gonna try to reestablish. We did this on the front part of the crown. Haven't done it here yet. Now for the hair. Okay, let's take the umber, some of this white here. No, more of the umber. There we go. And the key electron, well, now of course, electron, here's the other thing. Okay, what if we have a somewhat kind of thicker paint in the marker pen itself, but we have a little, like a small little extra thing of thinner that we can actually dip that marker pen in, and now does that sort of kind of create a bit of an immediate, I don't want to say glaze out of it, but it dramatically changes the consistency of the paint that's coming out of the marker pen. Who knows? Maybe because I wanted to do a video of one of our Lord of the Rings gummy bears, but this has different surfaces. It's got some really rough surfaces, so maybe we'll do that as a again a topic of the video for those crazy. Yeah, let's keep using this for those marker pens. So Uber Yeti, what I was thinking again is, God, remember I was talking about using Turpenoid and the, what were the kind of colored pencils that were almost like waxy? Prismacolor. Yes, that's it, Uber Yeti. Yeah. Basically almost like a melting Prismacolor pencil stuff with the Turpenoid, and then sort of using it almost like oil pastels. So Electron, and the last usage I had with those marker pens, I actually was using my finger to just wipe them, and that was the acrylic ones. And that's what gave me the idea with the oils. I'm like, wait a minute, we could just go ahead and use our blending brushes. So yeah, Uber Yeti, I'm going to try to get that video filmed on Sunday. That will most likely be the next Patreon vid, because I'm not going to be able to get a chance to do the final video on the Warg Riders because, well, we're basically starting out using the Dirty Down. And I need to have the area pretty set up for the Dirty Down experiment. Yeah, I can remember years ago, Electron folks, people having big old marker sets, and yeah, those felt tips would kind of pick up if you did a lighter color over a darker one, especially. It would really pick up the darker color, and even these were doing that. I don't. Let me see if I can find it here again. This is one of our tutorial vids. Here it is. And again, this was the early experiment with that. So this was with those marker pens, the acrylic set that I got, and that's one of our tutorial videos right there. There was a little bit of mixing that happened with that. More of our lighter stuff in his hair. And now we can definitely get to our Witch King. We're actually going to start out with, believe it or not, some rusty glaze stuff like what we did on the Witch King here. Thanks, Electron. Yeah, that was. I had no idea what to expect with those. I had to. Yeah, I got a couple of sets. The irony is, Electron, that I got an email or something from one of the companies that makes those, and I basically said, well, I don't really use those. You couldn't get oil paints in those because you can't fill them. So I said, I don't think you should bother sending them because I wouldn't use them. And of course, then I had to just buy a set for myself. So yeah, that's kind of funny. Now again, the only benefit I could see to those for me is that, well, maybe you could potentially take those on the road a little bit easier than, say, tubes of paint, because they would be perceived more as markers instead of as oil paints. So you maybe just wouldn't quite get as much hassle or something. I don't know. Grab some of this and not just we needed a little bit more kind of almost like a semi-reflected light there. Let's grab this blending brush again. Now, while we're thinking about it here, let me just take a quick little interlude over to our Witch King here. Witch King, this king. Back to, again, some of that darker, rusty type color here, I think. Let's see what this can do for us. I'll let that have a chance to set over some of these surfaces there. Here, not there, but there we go, on his armor, sorta, kinda. Bam. Now we're talking. Get this out of there. Don't go there. Green, and then maybe some of that. Okay, so it's a bit of a darker green somewhere or other going there. Yeah, okay, there we go. Back to my green. There we are. So yeah, we're just we're waiting for our glazy stuff to set so we could put some more glazy stuff on there. Well, that's why we work on multiple figures at one time. Ooh, there's more. I could put more of this stuffs here. While we're at here, let me just super quick, like super quick, I'm gonna get something lighter. Guess I need to throw a little bit of our thinner on some of these colors again here. Trying to break down something that's really light for the center of the eyes for our Witch King right here. A little bit like our Battlestar Galactica engines there, where we've got to really get that. There we go. That lighter stuff down in there. So that's not going to work with the oils electron hexagon. That it might cause them to crack, but it's not going to cause them to dry because it's not an evaporation process like water. Think of it more like green stuff electron. So green stuff, it just cures, right? And it kind of gets a little bit rubbery, and then you can't really sculpt with it anymore, and then it eventually kind of hardens. That's really more the process that happens with oils electron. So yeah, hair dryer is not going to do you any good, except again, it might cause things to crack. It would kind of be almost the same thing as that might do the same thing with green stuff, actually. Now that I think about it, yeah, if you took a hair dryer to green stuff that while it was still curing, it might actually crack there too. And just thinking about that, that might just happen. So the only way to make them dry faster is to A, put less of them on there, which is why we always say less is more and more is way too much. Beyond that, let me get out our couple of different forms of, these are our two primary forms of alkyds here. So the Griffin alkyds, the Paul Rubens alkyds. These dry much faster than regular oil paint. Now, the Paul Rubens stuff, the benefit there is you can get them on Amazon. They can be, well, let's put it this way. There are times of year when there's, Black Friday, any kind of Amazon Day sales or whatever. You can get the set of 38 Paul Rubens for as little as 63 bucks, and those are also 50 mil tubes. So they will be the cheapest of all the oil paints you're ever going to find. And again, they are available on Amazon, which means that unlike some of our other stuff, you can actually get that in any part of the world, as opposed to the, well, I really like that, but I can't get the Marion Streets here, or I can't get Williamsburg here. Camden, I've already had to put out, and that's it too. Yes, this is the big key. Now again, these, they're nifty, but let's say you try to get this one tube on Amazon, which you can do. That's going to be a minimum of 20-something bucks, or you can get the entire set of 12 for usually around 30 bucks, right, Camden? 28 to 30 bucks for the entire set of 12. And they're almost the same size tubes. So, again, that's... Now, are the Paul Rubens the same quality as Williamsburg? Well, they better not be. Because... Whoops, wrong tube. Where's the tube? This one tube costs more than the entire 38 color set of Paul Rubens. So if they're the same quality and that's 38 times more expensive, then there's a bit of an issue there. So yeah, Uber Yeti, it can kind of bounce around as far as how much it is. I think it was more somewhere 30 plus Uber Yeti when I got it. But I think I've seen it. I might have seen it as low as 28 bucks Uber Yeti. Again, Black Friday or one of those kind of sales. So again, something like that. Can't be super sure. And again, they are not going to have the same kind of quality as, say, a Paul Rubens or a Gamlin, or sorry, a Williamsburg or Gamlin or whatever. And again, if they did, that would seriously call into question the the pricing methods of all these other paints. Now, of course, since we do so much here, in just a matter of months, we've already done this to the tube. Now, the good news is you can get individual, well, you get them like in a 3-pack, so you can get multiples of those. It would definitely be, there would be a bit of an inquisition, would there not, Camda? No, I'm going to try to at least start working in maybe some lighter aspects here to our King of the Dead. Let's see what you know what? I'm also going to try and get me some, there we go. Just like our Galadriel there, we're going to start to change the timber here of some of our colors. Maybe a bit more yellow in there. In some parts, a bit more of the cooler green. In some parts, we're kind of like in between right now. It's sort of a in between the warmer and cooler. More phthalo green you got, well, cooler it's going to be. Boy, Uber Yeti, remember oh gosh, was it the last stream, Uber Yeti, when we were talking about the safflower and just, that's the demon material? And it's in the Richardson paints, and of course, the Abteilungs, yeah. And again, the whole reason for the Paul Rubens is again the like the fluorescent ones. There's the availability, which of course, like we always say, the best ability is availability. If you cannot get a certain paint, that paint is useless to you. No matter how good it is, or whatever the price is, if you cannot literally get your hands on it, that paint is absolutely worthless to you. So that is why we try to find things for folks that maybe they can get or make or whatever in their little corner of the universe. And again, there's what is it? Some of those Richardson colors. I like their Puro Orange is nice. I think it's definitely cheaper than say the Puro Orange of Williamsburg. Their Indanthrone Blue is really nifty. They've got some pretty fun colors, but they are going to be slower drying because it's not like all that's in them, but there's a larger amount of safflower oil in those because they wanted the paint out of the tubes to feel more of like a softer consistency. And that's why the tilings are really loaded, absolutely loaded with safflower oil. So now you get a little bit more of the yellow going right in some of our stuff there. We're going to try to put some of that up in the hair here now. And again, that just is not here. We're just going to, let me also get rid of that. Somewhere here is a blendy brush that we can use. Hey there, sharks. So almost all of the brushes I use are craft brushes with the exception of this brush that's in my hand. It's the only expensive brush that it's even close to expensive. So it's a liner brush, Princeton Velvet Touch. Depending on when you get this or whatever, it should be somewhere between say $4.85 and $5.35. Though again, those are the only brushes that I use of any kind of cost. Everything else is just craft brushes. And always synthetics, no sables, because, well, unfortunately, sable brushes, the quality on those has dropped massively. The cost has gone up equally massively. Nice to see you again there, Tatley. So happy Saturday there, Tatley, right? Yeah, happy Saturday. Again, with between college playoff season and bowl season, I mean, there's literally been college bowl games every day of the week. So we have obviously Monday night football. I think Tuesday, and no, there were college games on Tuesday. There were bowl games on Tuesday. There were bowl games on Wednesday, Thursday, today. At least there won't be any bowl games on tomorrow because, well, now it's bowl season is done for except for the playoffs. Which, again, that is why we are about to enter that again, the darkest time of year. That time of year where there is no college football. I mean, basically, all you can do is just hope to survive those months before it starts up again in August. The world mourns the loss of the college football season. So Electron, everything is multitasking. Generally, now with all of the making these things right here, the minimum amount of tasks that I'm doing at the same time is at least 7 Electron. It bounces in between about 7 and 15 things at the same time. So Shark said these are all just, again, synthetic brushes. Now, the 18-0, okay, that's more your size. The short liner, it actually refers to the handle. There, Sharks. Because, well, here, this is what happens when you don't get a short liner brush. Okay, so we start out like this. We're still going. We're still going. We're still going. We're still going. So essentially, this right here is a telephone pole that would reach to the limits of space. You could there's enough extra wood on here to basically construct an apartment complex. So yeah, this is the difference between a short liner brush and one of these. Because believe me, for whatever reason, I got one, or they maybe sent one that wasn't a short, and the handle was that long. And all kidding aside, that will happen to you. Right, Grand Oracle. But then, of course, Grand Oracle, that did lead to a brand new line of brushes, right, Grand Oracle? Our bristle-free brushes. Now, again, most people would say a bristle-free brush is just a stick, but we know it's much more than that, right, Grand Oracle? Yes, and of course, again, we have our own lines of brushes that we're working on right here. Now, again, these are completely customized brushes. These have literally taken years to create, which is why we generally offer these at about $200 a piece for starters. Now, of course, you can get the two-pack here. That's going to be about $750. Again, it's a deal. It's a special time of year, so it's a special deal. Obviously, you've got the tile grout here. You've got some, oh, you have green stuff down on the end of it here. There's some glue. Yeah, there's your green stuff right there. We have primer. We have some oil paints on there. And of course, you have your chopped off bristles. Now, again, a brush like that you would think would cost like $800, but we're offering them for, again, two for $750. Because, I mean, think of how much work went into constructing that brush, right, Grand Oracle? That it took, again, months and months and if not years, to create just that one brush, just that one brush. So you're paying again for all of the work that went into creating that brush. Yeah, Tatley was. What is it that you see in the archaeological circles, right? Where they, or even in the antique circles, where they basically fake weather something. You know, they make it look older when it's like the thing is like 2 years old, but they were somehow able to age it in a way that makes it look older than it really is. Yeah, that doesn't happen here. These brush it's genuine aging, right? Actually, don't they do that with some? I forget what alcohols they do that with. What, like maybe bourbons or even wines or something like that, where they say, "Oh yeah, this vintage is from 1735 or something like that," when it was more like from 1995, and they just put some stuff in there to make it seem older. Great to see you again there, Dark Horse. Happy New Year. Actually, Dark Horse, you were part of the New Year's Eve stream. You got to see yet another planet Earth get painted. Yeah, I don't know what that's called, Tatley, but there is, I mean, all kidding aside, there seriously is something that they do. Now here we're actually mixing some violet in with our green there. I'm going to put that on some parts of the hair up here. If that's too much, we'll do this. And again, this is what I might be doing with those marker pens with the oil paints in them. That is. Yeah, we'll see how it plays out. I have no idea. Sunday is my target for filming that video. So that would be then, okay, Monday, that should show up, or either late Sunday night or early Monday, that will show up on the Patreon page. That is going to be an interesting test. So Tatley says you can't do that with Scotch. Well, Dark Horse, I guess Well, I guess one of the questions is, okay, as far as the meta goes, the army that you chose to play, or the path you went with it, I guess. How is the meta with that Dark Horse, or are you getting munched by the meta, but just because, well, I chose the wrong army or whatever? Because that's always super fun, right, Dark Horse? Oh, and of course, Tatley, Dark Horse, you guys want to share stuffs in the chat there? Sorry. You want to go ahead and share stuff, please go ahead. Now, I think I will print out the King of the Dead again, but I'm going to do him bigger. 5 to 7% bigger, I think, because he can actually, I need to have him fit on the base. So you went Tau, and Cousin went with the universe's favorite croissant. So Tatley, just send me some pictures on the Instas there. Send me some pictures on the Instas. I'll check those out. And then I'll try to shoot you a message back there, Tatley. So Tatley, I can't click on the link right now to look at them. That's what I was saying. If you won't mind shooting me that link, or on a maybe could be a Facebook message there too, Tatley. Yeah, Tatley, it's way easier for me to kind of actually have a chance to really look at stuff. Here, I would not have a chance to see it. And definitely, yeah, don't send it by Discord there, Tatley, because the times where I check my Discord messages is never. Armored Wolf, that's some kind of new thing. It basically it I think unless maybe they're like a listed as a what is that, with the little diamond on them there, Armored Wolf. I think anybody that's not got the diamond gets if they post something. I think it's just some new thing that Twitch is doing, because it always has to do some stupid new thing, right, Armored Wolf? But thanks, appreciate that, Dark Horse. Dark Horse, I think, well, I'm hoping that 2026 is going to be essentially all of the stuff that I've been doing all through 2025. Now in 26, now it all just kind of happens. Whereas 2025, a lot of the stuff I was doing was all kind of in the background. And I think now it's all kind of come together, all these different platforms and everything for making the miniatures. Now, we were talking about cooler greens, right? This is a significantly cooler green. This is basically just phthalo green mixed with basically our white. So it's a much cooler green than these yellowish greens you're seeing over here. Now, Grand Oracle. Oh, let me do one more thing here. I don't know if you saw when we brought out the Galadriel figure earlier there, Grand Oracle, but we'll do it now. We got some color on this too. We'll do a film noir here, but we'll certainly do that on Galadriel again, because boy, that was quite the example, wasn't it, Grand Oracle? Yeah, so let me do that one again too, in addition to these guys here. Dark Horse only on the Twitches. I put the episode, here we go. So the episodes, because they can't go on Twitch anymore, they do end up over here. So this is the new YouTube channel. There's no ads here or anything like that. This is where all of the old episodes go. So let's do a little bit again. We got yellowish greens. We got kind of more bluish greens. Well, now we just have grays. And even here, yeah, you can't hardly see the differences. But here, when we bring this back, you will see right about now. See how some of the greens have more yellow, some are more bluish, even more as we get up to 50 per. There we go. Now let's do this with Galadriel here. So take a special note of these greens especially, and then in here. So you can see there's some violet, right? There's even a little bit of yellowish type color. Now let's do this. Looks almost flat, right? Look at that. It looks like it's just a flat piece of cardboard. Okay, we're at about 15-ish%. You can start to see some color. About 40%, getting closer to 50. Now we're at 50. You can see again more of a bluish green, a warmer green. Again, there's like a little bit of violet there, almost kind of a blue right there, and then more of a magenta up there. So yeah, Dark Horse, that's where they all are going. Well, obviously, so the session where we painted Alex the Cave Troll and our Gandalfax here, that will be going up on, actually some of them already are. So yeah, Dark Horse, well, the thing is, the other channel, the main regular channel, if you want to call it that, Dark Horse, that's where I'm putting all the Army Showcase videos. So the most recent one was the Gandalf video. The first one was the Denethor video. The next two that you'll see up to, the first of the true Army Showcase ones, ironically enough, is Army of the Dead. Because I printed out the entire City of the Dead. It took a month. I think it took almost 5 weeks to print out. But that is going to be featured. Oh, that's good, Tatley. That is good. So yeah, Tatley, I'll try to shoot you a message back on that. It's so much easier there, Tatley, because then I can actually look at the stuff, right, and just really kind of what would you say, get a bit of a breakdown on whatever suggestions or something like that. So much easier. Actually, Dark Horse, that's not quite as long as some of the other ones. I think Minas Morgul took 6 weeks to print out or something like that. There was also Dol Amroth. That took about 7.5 weeks to print out. No problem there, Tatley. No problem. So again, this is a much cooler green. That's like a bluish green we got going on there, as opposed to here where there's much more of the yellow. And this is how we did all of our Army of the Dead, actually. Oh, this is the other one I still have to do as far as a gummy bear goes. So I need gambling with the banner. Now I don't think I'll do them on horseback. I actually do have Theoden on horseback. I have Prince Imrahil on horseback. I actually have Aragorn on horseback. So Dark Sword, I'm actually not terribly familiar with that. I'm guessing is that people going after like GW going after stuff? Yeah, that's not affecting me because, well, I mean, I don't really do GW stuff, right? Not doing Space Marines or any of those kind of things. So yeah, that's not going to have any impact on me, because again, I'm not doing Space Marines or anything like that. So that's their primary interest there. Let me get a little bit more of this here. So yeah, Dark Horse. Once Twitch took away all the highlights, we had to figure, what the heck do we do? Where do we put this stuff? And I basically just made that secondary YouTube channel. And again, if you check out the main channel, that's the one that again has the Army Showcase vids. We even have our Arizona video on there now. We did that December 7th, obviously. Then we've got there's going to be a Galadriel video. I've got basically combinations of Army Showcase ones, and then there's obviously individual personalities: Sauron, Galadriel, Eowyn, Saruman. That's the Balrog. Even got one for the Balrog. Let me continue with some of our lighter stuff here now. There we go, on parts of his armor. So it's the Linseed Fellowship right here. And I think there's even this little avatar or icon or whatever it is, Dark Horse. So yeah, Linseed Fellowship. So check that out. Of course, all of our Battlestar Galactica ships are featured on there. I think that was the second video after the Denethor video. Let me just bring this stuff over here. Yeah, that'll be easier. I needed a even lighter version of the more yellowish stuff there. Now 40 crown. Thanks, Dark Horse. Do I have? Oh, I do have him here. So this is another new thing. So you will start to see Army Showcase videos. Okay, here's one of our. So this is Kamul the Easterling. No one's ever done a before. You see all kinds of. Okay, Kamul the Easterling as a wraith. Here's I actually have 3 steps. So this is step 1 is Kamul as basically like a Numenorian or King of Men. Then gets the ring. You start to see the corruption, and then there's a final one of him as a wraith. And you will be seeing vids. I'm doing that with all of the ring wraiths, all 9 of them. I've done the Shadow Lord. What's the other? Oh, the Dark Marshal. I've done the. What the heck is he called? What's the other one called? The Knight of Umbar. I've done him. I also have the Mouth of Sauron. I do believe that one's going to be called the Herald of the Black Gate. Who knew that the Mouth of Sauron was named Herald? Actually, there's the King and the Heralds of the Dead. So there's lots of heralds in Middle-earth. Who would have thought that Harry would be such a common name in the legendarium of Middle-earth? It's almost like Gothmog, right, Camda? Alright, let's get some more of this lighter stuff down here. That's there now. Oh, I've got no source lighting over there at all. We're going to get some now. Gee whiz, there's a whole bunch of nothing right there. That's not terribly helpful. Now we're talking. We had it on the Skelly Friends there, but not on the ground. It's like, okay, we even had it on the King of the Dead, but again, not on the ground for whatever reason. Now we got it. Is that? Yeah, fine. We'll have a little bit of light projected over there too. So I got a mix of the warmer and cooler green. Now you can see our Witch King there. All of the glazes up, not very shiny anymore, right? Well, geez, when is it January 5th or something? Is your Epiphany? Your Feast of the Epiphany. It's very appropriate then that we're doing the wise men. Or 3 wise guys. No, no, that would insinuate. Oh, and I do actually have an Elrond. Yes, I actually I got to print out him too. I'm going to be printing out Elrond, Gimli. Oh, Shelob. I also have Shelob. I'll be printing out that. We're going to get our. I think I already have Prince Imrahil printed. Yes, I do. Prince Imrahil on horseback. We got him here. There he is. There's Prince Imrahil on horseback. And again, all of these files, eventually, whether they're the more realistic type files, the Eldritch Foundry files, our gummy bear type stuff, that's going to be made available to the patrons via the via Dropbox folder, so you can download those and, well, obviously print them out and then follow along with the tutorials. As I mentioned in the latest video, one of the reasons I'm doing that. Okay, let's between an army painting series, a bust, a large scale, and something else, you might need to subscribe to like 5 different Patreons to be able to get just those one thing from each category. If I'm making those files myself, well, then you don't also have to, I don't know, have like $200 worth of Patreons every month, right, Grand Oracle? So that's kind of the rationale behind it. If you're one of like, okay, why make all this stuff yourself? It's like, well, it could save folks some coin because it would just be part of the Patreon page. And that way you wouldn't have to, well, also do like 10 or 12 other STL Patreon pages, because having, I've got like 14 myself. Yeah, that costs a little bit, right, Grand Oracle? Yeah, Uber Yeti. I really wanted to be able to print out some stuff, but with, well, as it was, New Year's was pretty much an all-nighter anyways. From the stream to the family thing, because they don't do anything after like 3 o'clock. Hey there, Jinx, how you doing? Everybody please give Jinxed Art a follow. Happy New Year to all of those who dared to enter my domain. How you doing there, Jinxed? Great to see ya. Everybody please give Jinxed Art a follow. So Jinxed, actually, why don't you share some, didn't you do your like year-end thing, right, Jinx, with all of your stuff from during the year? So definitely share that. We're kind of extending our holiday here with the three kings. We have the Witch King, we have Aragorn, King of Gondor, and we also have the King of the Dead. Now, these are our Lord of the Rings themed gummy bears. We'll be doing some more tomorrow. We're going to be doing Galadriel, we're going to be doing Gollum, and we're also going to be doing Goldberry. Made all these myself. Here's the last two that we painted up here. These were fun. So there's Alex the Cave Troll, and there's Gandalf on Shadowfax. And yes, they are gummy bear. Actually, this is like Gummy Bears 2.0. It's like our new series of gummy bears. So here's a couple of the Istari there. You got Gandalf, and you have this of course, Sebastian, which is that's Radagast the Brown's little buddy right there. There's Grima and and Saruman. Yeah, there they are. So, Jinx, you want to post something in the chat? Please go right ahead. And again, we've done tons of these. I mean, we have Lurtz, we have Galadriel. Now, of course, when we're not doing those, we painted up this one on stream. So, yeah, it's not everything is Lord of the Rings gummy bear flavors. We've also been doing lots of ornaments. This was our most recent one. We did this New Year's Eve. Same oil paints we're using for these. Same oil paints used here. So again, we have a whole series of ornaments that we have done over the holidays. And again, everybody please give Jinxed Art a follow. Great to see you there, Jinxed. Hopefully Christmas was great And hopefully 2026, all 2.5 days of it, right, has gone very well. And again, please share some of that fabulous stuff in the chat. Now we're just going to start bringing a little bit of darks here. Also has some of our darkest greens in there too. We'll get some of our lighter rust in here. And again, all of these files made them myself. I believe this is, as far as our painted gummy bears go, we've already done, this is 21, 22, and 23. Yeah, we're going to be doing at least 3 more on tomorrow. Well, our next stream anyways, later today. And of course, we've also been working on our flats. So this is the original type of flat that we made. Again, super fun. We have a new type now, which is a little bit more like this. And what's nifty is the frame is actually part of the flat, and of course it is a little bit more of a bas relief. So our Thursday stream, I think this is the one we're painting on our Thursday stream right here. So yeah, a little bit of Battlestar Galactica there. Guilty Baltar, we're going to paint up this on our Thursday stream. Coming up this week, phthalo green mixed with this here. Again, to just kind of, yeah, we need to clear up a couple of edges here. Blending brush for this. There we go. And of course, everybody please give Jinxed Art a follow. So again, we've done an entire literal Army of the Dead. We painted an entire Army of the Dead. Now it's very hilarious to be painting the gummy bear version of the Army of the Dead, or at least the King of the Dead. Oh, you know what? I'm going to darken this down too. That's right. There we go. And I will be having these, plus the flats. Tons and tons of this stuff at Adepticon. There's all the stuff that I've been making with the Eldritch Foundry. That also is going to be at Adepticon. Now, and Jinx, you'll be at Adepticon again. So again, everybody, please give Jinxed Art a follow. And Jinxed, again, you want to share stuff in the chat? Please go ahead and do that. I'm glad that the holidays were relatively mellow there, Jinxed. It was not a gigantic gathering here, which again you wouldn't necessarily want every single year in perpetuity to be that way, but it was kind of nice for this year, I gotta say, that it wasn't too wild, too many folks. There we are. Okay, we're just I mean they're gummy bears after all. Here, let's get to I think we can maybe get to a little bit more of the lights on our free. I might actually do a little bit more of the dark stuff here too. Let me take this, and that might go in here, some of our folds here. So we're going to darken down some parts of this, and then we'll hit it again with some of our lights. Okay, that's cool, Jinx.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my ganja.
Thank you so much, Skooma. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. Well, here, let's bring in... So... Yeah, fancy us being turned into edibles here. It's like, yeah, I'm not sure. Is this like Morgoth's work? Or maybe did Sauron do this? It's like, I don't think so. He doesn't have the ability to make gummy bears. Let's see what happens on our big Gandalf 6 for Skooma Dealer. Oh, wow. We haven't had one of these in a little while. There it is, a big Gandalf 6 for Skooma. Thank you so much for that follow, Skooma. Now, of course, he's... This is always hilarious to see them side by side here. It's just like absolutely hilarious. And actually, this, believe it or not, this is their second generation. So this was first generation Lord of the Rings gummy bears. I think we did, oh, what, 5 or 6 designs. Where's our other Galadriel here? Because this was the original Gumladriel, as we call this one. No, that's not Go. There it is. So this was the original Gumladriel. This was the new design, which, again, absolutely hilarious. Where's nope, that's Boromir. Where's our Aragorn as a ranger? There he is. They're the spitting images of each other, right, Uber Yeti? They're almost indistinguishable from each other. That's never gonna get old. Yeah, actually, Armored Wolf also won won some kudos there. Yes, Armored Wolf also won some awards at the Monte Sansevino show. So everybody do the congratulations there to Armored Wolf. Oh, no, this is what I wanted. I'm like, wait a minute, that's not quite what I was looking for. I wanted this instead. Now, I guess, how far along are you? Now, I guess, how many different projects would you be bringing to that show? Because I know, well, let's see. I forget which one. Let's see. I know you were doing Resin Beast at Adepticon. I wasn't sure if you were also doing, oh gosh, these Golden Demons. Yeah, I don't know if you were doing Golden Demons last year. Great to see you there, Bryce. Appreciate you being here. And Bryce, I hope that you had a fantastic New Year, of course. So Bryce, like I was telling you there, it takes a bunch of different things kind of together, because there's kind of creating the concept, then you have to try and create an image that another piece of software can use, and then sometimes it takes a third piece of software to clean up that. The flats require a whole different set. Yeah, the flats require, actually I use two different things because there's two different kinds of flats basically. So here we go. Well, actually, this is the easiest way to show it right here. So this is the image to stl.com, and then this is Maker World. So it is the exact same, literally the same image that I created, but as you can see, this is more of a true relief, whereas this is, again, a whole lot flatter right here. So that's two different ways of making the same file. Great to see you there, 16 and 2. Happy holidays, all that good stuff. So 16 and 2. I hope that Christmas was great and that New Year's was also very good too. That's fantastic there, Bryce. Now, Bryce, I'll have to send you. I think I sent you some of the Furbies, right? It's both, Bryce. That's why it gets expensive. So a few of them, like Sky Reels, Meshy. That's even some Maker World things. Every time you do something, that costs something, and if it doesn't do it right, well, you just kiss those things goodbye. Then there's 3 other ones that are just a subscription only. So it is a mix of both. And some of them also, well, it's you're paying for both. It's kind of like cable where you still have to watch commercials, right? So yeah, right. All of those advertisements that people see on YouTube or Instagram or something like that. It's like, yeah, do all this stuff for free in 5 minutes. It's like, no, yeah. let's put it this way, like just this one Aragorn here, just to develop him, requires probably about $270 worth of different subscriptions and credits and all that other kind of stuff just to be able to make something like this. Yeah, that whole, oh, this is cheap and it's free. Yeah, that's, if you're going to believe that, somebody is most definitely going to sell you some oceanfront property on Venus. For sure. Now, hopefully, everything else will be better after that there. There we go. So a little touch of some gold there again. This is the same type of base that we did for all of our Gondor stuff. So yeah, it is. If you're gonna do this, and I was told from the get-go, right, Grant Oracle, that it was not going to be a cheap enterprise. It was going to be a whole lot of work and a whole lot of coin to be able to do the things that I wanted to do. But now it's very advantageous because, again, let me move this over here. Nowhere exists a pre-Ringwraith version of Khamûl the Easterling, or a mid-transition from, again, King Khamûl to almost Wraith Khamûl to full Wraith Khamûl. So again, that is something that I've been working on for many, many months now. That's for sure. It sure feels that way, Grand Oracle. It sure feels that way. But Grand Oracle, it's kind of been that way from the beginning. Yeah, ever since the days of what, the Apple IIe. Yeah, ever since those days. Let me get some of this on the sword handle here. So yeah, Bryce, the latest one, I think I might have sent you pictures of the Shadow Lord, and the that character, essentially he was so boastful, so ostentatious, that essentially his cloak became his weapon, and he essentially blinds the opponents. He blots out the sun. And I know I painted, if you check out the Nazgul stuff, so I painted the Shadow Lord on his Fell Beast, and it's basically the Fell Beast with all of this, basically like a kind of a cloud shrouded in smoke. And that was one from Navarrete Studio. So then I took that further and essentially made a figure with a king that has a massive, gigantic cloak. And then now, the fully corrupted version, that cloak is now just basically smoke. I think, yeah, I think I sent you that one on New Year's Day, right, Bryce? Yeah. So that is something I'll probably be printing up this week. At least the test prints, anyway. How successful they are, we'll find out. And the fun thing is, I've already done also the Dark Marshal. Now I've done the Knight of Umbar, and now the Dark Marshal. We will be doing the Dwemerlick. We'll be doing, oh gosh, Karn the Betrayer. So all the different wraiths. I've been researching all of the different lore for each one and then also kind of doing some concept images. I've got another one of our Kamul the Easterling, and that's going to be a multi-part series on the Patreon page. Massive amounts of freehand. It's going to be kind of like our Guinevere. Oh, and again, speaking of freehand, we are going to be testing these with oil paints. So essentially, these are the paint markers, but these are the Green Stuff World ones that you can fill whatever you want in there. And I'm going to be giving those a try. Well, tomorrow in the first ever video where we're essentially filling those with oil paints. I've done this test video. This is with the regular acrylic paint markers. This is one of our flats here. This is already on the Patreon page. That was where I learned that there are no dark colors outside of black. There's no dark colors when you get those acrylic marker sets. But with the basically with a marker pen that you can fill yourself, well, I should be able to get some all the same darker colors we've got on our gummies here. I should be able to get those into those markers. Also, I can just get the stuff on here and then just blend it. So I'm not restricted to just using the marker. I might even just be dipping the marker down into our paint over here if I want like some thicker paint or something. Again, they could fail horribly too, or they could be somewhere in between. It could be, wow, these are just the worst things ever, or, well, they kind of work. Let me get a little bit more of our, there we go, more of our lighter freehand up there. And yes, this is a gummy bear, and yes, it has freehand on it. There was another one, didn't we, that we did some freehand on of us. This one, actually. And all those spots, we painted all that stuff on. That doesn't exist. Not at all. Here's one of our regular ring wraiths right there. That's a regular wraith bear. More of our lighter freehand stuff here. Some more of our, we need to get some reflected light there. We shall try this. There we go. Yeah, got to do that on the other bracer here. Might even go a smidge a little lighter. Yeah, let's do that. So Bryce, how weird was it to see the former Utah Utes coach up there in the booth for Michigan? That had to be kind of wild. We shall see what happens in the last bits of the play. Oh, geez, Valfair, you're probably not here anymore, but we said it certainly would have been interesting to see Navy in that group of 5. Because in a bowl season of opt-outs and everything else, your military academies did very, very well in bowl season. So yeah, but we'll see. We'll see how that rocks and rolls. Did they actually get a replacement yet, Bryce? Because well, it's been a somewhat tumultuous bit with the coaching changes. Right. Yeah, our conspiracy theory was that they had all that stuff ready to rock and roll in Michigan, and then, well, they lost to Ohio State, and then lost. Yeah, then they're like, okay, guess what? We have this stuff. We found out you did things. It's like they knew all along. Thanks, Camda. Appreciate that. So Camda, let's see. I'll be curious to see how the Gimli prints up because there was a lot of designs on his helmet and stuff. So you can never really know with those. Like I was saying in the again, this is the most recent tutorial on the Patreon page. I just posted this earlier, well, today basically, and some parts of this printed again way better than I thought they would, and in other parts, it's like, well, that didn't quite print out at all. Yeah, and of course, if anybody can count how many laterals there were in that play that never should have happened in the Ole Miss Georgia game, then you must have a mind like a calculator, right? Because holy smokes, I think they're still lateraling, actually, Bryce. They put 1 second back on the clock again, and I've been told they're still laddering. They might be laddering till next week. Yes, the game might be officially over for bowl season in 2027 there, Bryce. Yeah, they're still laddering that ball all over the place. Let me grab, yeah, this, and then take some of that away. I mean, it has to feel kind of at least okay, right, going into next year there, Bryce, that there's some stability there in Provo, because there's a lot of places don't have stability, right? I'll see you later there, Uber Yeti. See you later, and of course, well, again, I'm sure you'll be with us later today when Galadriel, Gollum, and Goldberry. Where's Goldberry? There we go. Actually, these are some more of the basing bits here, Armor. These are also from Make It Epic, right, Armored Wolf? These right here. So I put those on Goldberry there. So let me see here. Let's get a little bit of some lighter stuff on the Witch King's armor. Then we're gonna go with some lighter rust as well. Some lighter rust. Geez, there's a little too much thinner in that. Yeah, I guess, right, well, $27 million can get you a defense, but it can't get you an offense, right, Bryce? You would think it could, but, and of course, the portal is already quite active. Let me do this here. I'm still wondering if Underwood is going to portal out from Michigan. I think it kind of depends, maybe, what he's hearing from the former Utes head coach there. I guess if he don't like what he hears, he might be headed into that portal. There's been a couple of significant opt-ins, though. There's a few major players that have stayed in and not gone to the portal. We need to definitely get some of this lighter. And let me get some of this blue in there, maybe. Also to some filigree. And then, of course, we'll try to get some more of our, again, some mid-tone rust, maybe lighter rust-ish. Come on, there we are. And I don't know if you heard, yeah, so Ole Miss wins that game with all the chaos they have, and then they find out that LSU is saying, yeah, those four assistant coaches, they can't coach in your next game. Yeah, they have to come over here and do portal stuff with us. They cannot coach in that next game, and that has set off a bit of a fracas in the college world there. And of course, we cover all the portal news, all of the college playoffs on the Wappleville Sports Network. But look at this. After everything, Swampton is still top of the standings, followed by the arch rivals. So the Swampton Crocs and the Barton Barristers there, bitter rivals. Although there was an upset, Camden, Ferris State did accomplish an upset there. So yeah, surprise win by Ferris State. Uh, people thought most likely, the most likely entity that was going to have any kind of an upset would have, of course, been. Let's see where. Oh, here we go. Yeah, Oxide University. We thought they were gonna have the big upset. Oh yeah, Bryce. We created that, and of course, that's all part of the APCC. Yeah, that's the Atlantic Pacific Central Conference there, Bryce. 10,000 teams, no academic standards. Everybody makes the playoffs. Players can switch sidelines during the game as long as you got a helmet and a uniform. And of course, Bryce, the halftime adjustments is when the coaches switch teams at halftime. Camda, that is the ultimate of all fight songs, right? Yes. So if you wish to hear the Necronomicon of football fight songs, just listen to the San Diego Chargers 1970s fight song. That song literally has a corruption factor every time you listen to it. So yeah, Bryce, we created the Wappleville Sports Network. We cover Aussie rules. Obviously, we've got the NFL playoffs about to begin. We also see that someone else dares to enter our domain. That would be Arts Pops. How you doing there, Pops? Thank you so much for that raid. Everybody, please give Arts Pops a follow right there. So we're kind of continuing our Christmas specials here with the three kings. We have the Witch King of Angmar. We have King Elisar of Gondor slash Arnor, and then we also have the we have the King of the Dead here. So yeah, these are parts of this is our Lord of the Rings gummy bears, of which we've done lots, and by lots we're talking dozens now. This was our last Lord of the Rings gummy bear stream. So Alex the Cave Troll, Gandalf on Shadowfax, and of course, we've got everybody's favorite duo of Saruman and Grima because reasons. Of course, we've done some regular Christmas ornaments too. So we did this on New Year's Eve. Same oil paints we used on our miniatures and another batch of very recent ornaments. So Medjuseld and then Medjuseld reflected in that shield boss right there. So everybody please give Arts Pops a follow, just like Armored Wolf did. And of course, Arts, if you want to share some stuff in the chat, please go ahead and do that. Now again, we also do regular miniatures here. So stuff more like, say, this right here, and also, busts, vehicles, this sort of stuff. So yeah, and terrain, we also do terrain. And of course we love doing our 1/1800 scale ships. I've done lots of those. And again, Arts, if you want to post anything in the chat, please go ahead and do that. And again, everybody please give Arts Pops a follow. Oh, let me see. 3 hours and 10 minutes ago, all three of these, well, they looked a bit more like our Dark Queen Galadriel here. So that is what they looked like. Just this dark brown primer. That is, oh, by the way, our next stream we'll be painting this. We'll be painting our Golem, and we will be painting Goldberry. So that's our target for our next stream, which is coming up later today. Because it is, man, we're 3 hours and 9 minutes into Saturday now. Yeah, that'd be fantastic there, Arts. And again, once Arts posts it in the chat there, everybody please go ahead and check that out. And of course, please give Arts Pops a follow. Oh, Arts Pops, what were you working on your stream? It's like, there was something I was going to ask. I don't remember what that was. Well, we know what we don't do here, right? Can't actually, well, do we have to add that to all the other things that we don't usually do on stream? Let's see. Yeah, well, we have a whole listing of those now. Yes, we have an entire listing of things we don't do. No problem there, Art Pop. Again, everybody please give Arts a follow. So Camda says, we'll show you what we do and what we do not do. So there you go. These are all the things that we don't do. Dates, times. We do words, though. Yes, I do words. Again, names, dates, times, negative. But yes, on I do words. That's what I do here. Oh, that'd be fantastic to see there, Arts Pops. Fantastic to see. Again, we like to... sometimes we're doing 2D art here as well, whether it's this or we do sometimes our landscapes in Middle Earth. So yeah, we enjoy the 2D art very much. Oh yeah, here we go. Here's this was the Christmas tree nebula. We did that. Oh, where's our? This was our very first holiday ornament of the season. A very Corsair Christmas. I think we did this on, was it Christmas Eve or something like that? Christmas Eve. We did the Shire there. So yeah, Arts, you want to share stuff in the chat, please please feel like you can do that. And again, also give Arts Pops a follow. More, yeah, okay, fine. We'll get some more of that light over there. Let's do that lighter rust that we were talking about here. Let's get some of that on here. First, gonna clear that out of that brush. Fine, we'll just grab one of these other guys here to use. Now we'll use our Terra Rosa. Actually, Camja, this is not Terra Rosa. This is the red ochre, whatever the heck it is from Paul Rubens. We've used that once for some skin tone. I know that. Definitely used it in a skin tone video once. So yeah, now we're going to drop in a little bit of the lighter rust stuff here. We've painted a whole bunch of Army of the Dead figures, and also now I've printed out the entire City of the Dead. Everybody check out that Instagram link right there. So go check out that Instagram link, and please, of course, give Arts Pops a follow. Check out the fantasy sketch artwork there. More of it. And this is our lighter rust over here. Yeah, it's the Brotherhood of Pigment Red 101, right, Camja? We are all Pigment Red 101. More of a rust in here. Maybe yeah, down here a little too. Fine. Let's find a little bit more of a rust color over here too. Yeah, let's do that. Also, ooh, here. And this is basically what we do with, again, all of our Army of the Dead figures. Oh, we also... Now, we did this on our on a wraith, right? Didn't we put the weathering powders on him? Yes, we did. Yeah. Since all this paint is still wet, it's the perfect time to add those, because guess what? It's just going to fuse onto that. So we shall find ourselves a brush that should work, like maybe this here. Now we use this here one. So see you there, Arts Pops. Again, thank you so much for that raid. Appreciate that. And again, everybody please give Arts Pops a follow. And thanks again. Now, Arts, actually, when will your next stream be there, Arts Pops? So that folks can maybe set aside a little time. They know when you maybe might be. They should look for that notification. And again, hopefully we'll get a chance to raid you there too, Arts Pops, at some point. Well, if my streams ever get to start earlier. Well, geez, we've been actually doing this a little bit longer, Grand Oracle. We've been doing this for over 3 hours. I thought it was like 2 hours. Yeah, Arts Pop sometimes, well, even here, I still stream, well, nominally on the same day. It's just I now stream several hours later than I used to, because it's just kind of how things work out, right, Arts Pops? But again, really appreciate the raid. Appreciate you being here, of course. Our next stream, again, is just going to be a matter of hours from now. And we will be painting those other Lord of the Rings themed gummy bears that we just showed. So Galadriel, Goldberry, and Gollum. Oh, and believe me, there's more, because there's our Warg Rider. We got ourselves a Legolas. I've got Gimli to paint. We've got another version of the Witch King. Sauron, sorry. Oh yeah, Arwen on horseback, Theoden on horseback. Where's our Prince Imrahil? There we go. There's our Prince Imrahil on horseback. Oh, we have Shelob. Also, oh gosh, who else? Gothmog. We have Gothmog. I did try to do the Witch King on a Fell Beast, but, well, in addition to everything else, that would have to be printed out gigantic. I've tried to do things like Gwahir. Still not really satisfied with my results on Gwahir yet. Let me do some more of this. And then, on our Thursday stream, that's normally when we do our flat art. Well, lately our flat art has been in the form of... Well, let's grab our Army of the... There we go. We painted this one, I think, the night before Halloween. Yeah. Oh, and guess what? We used all the same paints. I mean, you can even see the cooler greens, right? You see the warmer greens there. You see the cooler greens over there, just like on our King of the Dead here. So again, this was our night before Halloween stream, and again, that was one of our flats. We'll be painting some more flats. I'm going to get us started on our Battlestar Galactica themed flats this coming Thursday. Wow, that's going to be weird. That's right, Bryce. There's no more Thursday night football. Wow. Well, no matter what, we are again entering the time of great darkness where there is no college football. Now let's do this. Not even the light of Galadriel can pierce the darkness that overtakes the world when that time of year approaches. Here, let me get something for a blending brush. Maybe this here. Yeah. Blend this out. Good. We're just kind of taking this and pulling it down like so. Again, you can see it's a cooler green. We have much warmer greens over here on this side of our King of the Dead. Oh, we need to get some more light on this side of his face. There was something over there on that side. That's some more like it. Yep, a little bit more of that there, and then some down here. I think we could possibly use a little. Yeah, we need to get a little more light over here if we're having those be light sources there. We are going to lighten that up some more, but also here get some more of our warmer green. Boom, right here. Oh, definitely get some more of it down in that recess. Again, where the light's coming from there. Better be plenty of light there. We do lots and lots and lots of object source lighting on this channel, whether it's Lord of the Rings stuff, sci-fi stuff, even here some of our more Warhammer-ish type stuff. Really enjoy doing the object source lighting. Or, speaking of sci-fi, yeah, how about 4 glowy sticks right there for what's his? Oh, General Grievous. That's right. Lots of glow sticks. Take some of that light. Oh, let me get this edge of his cloak there. Can't work this light a little bit further back here, because otherwise it's not really going to seem like a light source if it's not. I mean, it's got to keep projecting light on all this stuff, and otherwise not so much a light source. So see you later there, Bryce. I'll again, Bryce, I'll try to get you. I got a bunch more pictures to send you there, so brace for impact. Yeah, there's a bunch of pictures headed your way of some more, again, some more of the concept stuff. And I'll try to get you some of the animations. Now, again, some of these animations will have like sound on them. Ignore that. That's not going to be part of the final video. It's just a weird artifact of what it adds to every video. But yeah, I'll send you some of the test videos too. And sometimes that's actually where the ideas for the miniatures come from also. I mean, this was never intended to be a miniature. It was intended to be an animation as part of the AON showcase video for all the other AON figures and busts and everything else. Like, okay, here, yeah. So here we were trying to feature things like this in that video, and it's like, oh, you know what? That's so neat. How's about we make a miniature of that? Because, reasons. More of our lighter green on his hand. I guess you could say the armored boot or whatever. That should probably still be a little lighter there too. Yeah, let me see if we can make this even one step lighter. Yeah, that makes it just a little bit lighter right there. We're going to do that here. Make that a little lit. Now we need to do the same thing down in here like we did over here to spread some of this light forward. We'll do that now. So the oil paints that we're using here, these are not miniatures oil paint. This is regular artist oil paints right out of the tube. Mostly using synthetic brushes, mostly craft brushes. The brush that I've got in my hand right now is essentially the most expensive brush I even have at all. It's what, somewhere between $4.50 to $5.50. That's it. Stopped using sable brushes a long time ago. Years ago. These are more consistent. These are more durable. And also, too, they work really well for things, well, like say our freehand stuff, like what we did on the back of Aragorn's cloak, because the bristles are that much, they're They're nice and stiff, so you can really get into your freehand stuff so much easier because the bristles aren't going to be flopping around like, say, sable bristles would. Brush like this lasts probably about 3 times as long as a sable brush that costs 3 times as much. So so you're getting 9 brushes for the price of one. With the oil paints, we are not using thinner to clean the brushes. We're using cleaner to clean the brushes. And of course, the nice thing about this here cleaner from Winsor Newton is that, look at that, it works for acrylics too, and it's not hazardous, no vapors. Thinner, I mean, at most we have a little water bottle lid with some thinner, and then we have some in a container like this. Again, unless that container has a leak, you're not going to smell anything from that. So again, you don't have to worry about all the vapors and all this other kind of stuff. And if you're putting enough paint on the miniature that you can smell it, for whatever reason, that's 1,000 times too much paint. So again, you don't have to really worry about that stuff. You know what? I'm going to get me some more dark in between the teeths here. A little bit around the eyes, yeah. Fine. We'll do that too. More of our, yeah, let's get some more of this dark in the hair. Up here. We'll mix some of our, now let's go umber and our green. Yeah, let's work this in there. All the way up here. Now, let's give that a chance to set. Let us get back to our Aragorn here. Let's go later in the hair first. Then we'll get some of our darker stuff. So we will take the umber. We'll mix that with our not radiant violet there. Not quite light enough. Not quite neutral enough either. We're going to neutral that up. There we go. I believe that's what we're looking for. Yes, it is. What was the, oh, it was, I think it was painting the Theod, and that was the very first set that we painted. I was gonna go more just like weird, wacky, pretend colors for things like the cloaks and the skin, such as it is. First batch, realized early on, I think we're better off doing essentially as realistic colors as possible for these things, which again sounds pretty crazy. But that's worked out pretty well, hasn't it, Cam, to that approach? But once we did it with the first set, we had to do it with all the other ones. Or, I mean, as realistically as a gummy bear that's also Lord of the Rings themed can be. Actually, Bryce, I have to reprint the Balrog because he's just too small the way I printed him out. Now, I think I can actually hollow that one out. I think that one would be safe enough to hollow. You know what? Let's get ourselves up. That's just going to be blending brushed out of there. We're going to try that again. This way. See you later there, Jinx. Now, Jinx, I think you already had a chance to share stuff in the chat, right? And again, everybody please give Jinxed Art a follow. So again, Jinxed, I'm hoping that you're going to have a fabulous 2026. Good luck getting ready for the big show. I know that's going to be a lot of work. But here's, again, wishing you the best of luck getting all the entries done, all that good stuff. So take care of yourself there, Jinx, and well, I'm sure we'll see you on some stream here coming up in the future. Actually, yeah, now Jinx, is it gonna be your eighth or ninth stream anniversary coming up this year? I think it might be your ninth stream anniversary. Great to see you there, Doji. Great to see you. So, Doji, why don't you share some of your fabulous oil painting stuff in the chat as well? So that, well, you've been working really hard on those. So, yeah, I think, actually changed you as I could swear your rate is not long after your stream anniversary, and it was again it was either 7 or 8 years. See you later, there, Jinxed. Whoops. I'm trying to mix a little bit of the umber and a little bit of umbar with our mango yellow, and that's a non-coded language would be that is Indian yellow and burnt umber mixed together. Everybody check out that link, that Instagram link that Doji just shared in the chat. So Doji, well, I don't know if you saw the link to the new video, but that was really interesting there, Doji. And of course, I will be filming the first ever use of those marker pens. Is that what we're calling them? I don't even know what the heck to call them. Marker brushes? I'd have to look and see what even like say Green Stuff World calls them. But these are the things in question. We're going to be filling these with oil paint and seeing what in the world happens. No problem there, Doji. And again, those are looking, those are going to be looking really, really snazzy, really fabulous. Get that paint. Now that we're actually we're at 3.5 hours, I can also get that fast matte white out there on the palette for some of our big time highlights as well. Now that's going to be a little too much here. We're going to take some of this away. That'll be the question. Can we do something like that with the brush markers, marker brushes, filled with oil paints? We'll find out. I know I'll be able to do some wet blending. At least I should be able to because, well, it's oil paint. Pretty sure I'll, well, actually, I don't know. They're like, oh, we'll be just putting the alkyds in there. I'm like, well, actually, if we put regular oil paints in there, Grand Oracle, that could give him some longevity. Especially if it's, Indian yellow and Egyptian violet. Yeah, that would be the most expensive marker brush ever, right, Camda? An Egyptian, or we could mix them. Yes, we could mix them together. We could do a mix of Perline Crimson and Puro Orange for like a Series 13 brush marker there, Doji. How does that sound? So Doji, the interesting thing would be just basically dip them right here in the paint and just use them to apply the paint as opposed to kind of having the relying on the paint to come out of the marker itself. It would it'll be interesting to see. Again, they could be totally useless. They could be marginally useful. The thing is, of course, Doji, the price point, right? That's where it's going to have a problem competing with any of our brushes is on price point. So any kind of thinner that would be in there would, like you said, just be the Mona Lisa thinner. I'm going to try to make it as not thinned down as possible. Now, is that going to... We'll have to test them out to see, okay, what the heck is going to come out of them. We also have to see how to, How difficult is it going to be to get stuff into those? That might not be the easiest process ever. Let me get a little bit of our red in here too. Yeah, we've gotten lots of the not Tira Rosa in there. Let me push this over this way a little more. Maybe bring that down a little more too. And again, everybody please check out the Instagram link that Doji just shared. Fabulous oil painted miniatures. Come on, let me get this up and over the top. There we are. Okay, I think we never did have a chance to finish off all the later rust stuff here. Oh, we had a raid, that's right. We are just about to do some of the later rust stuff on our Witch King here. And then we had a raid. So we are now, what does it look like? 3 hours and 35 minutes in here. Badger, Steino Res, Ebony Flesh, basically a dark brown primer. That's all it was. Brushed it on. No airbrush, no nothing, no zenithal. There you are. So all of these, King of the Dead, Aragorn, our Witch King here, all started out life that exact same brown. Again, that is Ebony Flesh Primer from Steino Res. Just brushed it on. No airbrush. Again, none of that zenithal stuff. We did the lighter dry brush on here. That essentially kind of creates it's brush on zenithal. Yeah, that's what it is. Brush on zenithal. Thanks, Doji. I'm trying to do another version of him with the flaming sword. I don't know if we can do a version where his head is just fire and the crown is sitting on there. You could do it. The problem is, at a certain point, it would just be too, for lack of a better term, realistic, even though it wouldn't be. Oh, we did this. Let's do this on the Witch King. We already did this on King of the Dead's cloak. So let's break out these guys. Oh yeah, Trench Crusade. Yeah, when we we're first doing our Trench Crusade stuff, that is when we discovered that if we do this now, while the oil paints are still curing, well, guess what? The powders just kind of fuse with the paint that is curing, and bam, there you go. So, yeah, it's nice. Get this stuff out of my way here. We, I think, also want to lighten up the cloak there a little bit. First, on some of the filigree here, hit that again. So we'll see what happens. Well, this Sunday, Doji, that becomes an important game against Detroit. I'm pretty sure they want to be that 2 seed. I don't think they want to be the 3. It's weird to say they would actually want to play Green Bay again, but given how they match up against those other teams and the lack of experience playing against those other teams, I think they might just want to be that 2 seed, which means they're going to have to win that game on Sunday against a also very injured team. It seems like Detroit is having the flu run through the locker room the way the Bears had that the week of their San Francisco game. So yeah, we'll see Doji again. They're basically going worst to first like that was a massive surprise. You again would have thought in that division with multiple teams that won over 10 games that things would have been very difficult for him. Season did not get off to a very good start, right, Doji? I believe a 1-2 start. Trying to work in a little more light here. Then I actually have to get this in his eyes here. Let me see if I can take this and then some of our fast metal. And then I'm going to try... well, I think we'll just go with the red instead of the red and Indian yellow like we used. But we're trying to lighten up that. Also... No, more of the orange here. Guess we'll have to break that down. So, okay, now we're getting there. So some orangey stuff there. No, I need some Indian yellow in this. Nope, too big of a chunk of something on the end of that brush. Try that again on the other eye. Boy, that'll tell you just how dark that some of that orange is there. That is a very, actually, like a dark orange there. Oh, more of the lighter rust. Maybe not too much. No, let's wait on that. Let's get back to... Oh yeah, we never did do these either. I will break out our Denethor figure, and again, you can see we've got a little something lighter that also happens on our blue marble bits here. Taking that. Again, nothing terribly earth-shattering with this. Again, just trying to paint in a couple of these veins here. Maybe in a different grain or direction than the ones on the smaller tiles. Darker. Again. Here and then maybe paint in some cracks too, I think, on these. Bam. Here. Back to it here. That one needs more blue in it. And grab that mixed with this. More blue there. Let's go darker here on the eyes for Aragorn on this upper surface. Perhaps even a little more of a sharp edge right on the crown there. Now what I might do is, again, I'm just going to refresh the medicine. Maybe we won't. I'm going to get my browns in here on the mustache and beard. We do need something lighter on this lower lip. Let me see if this and this mixed together. Is there a... Oh, okay, that was just a weird reflection. I thought there was going to be another, like a little hot glue string residue was up here. No, that was just the little bit of light shining on that. Oh, it was on the brush. That's... I wasn't imagining that. Swatch of light down there, and one that's also roll this back, get some sky blue, a little bit of the Prussian blue maybe here. No, more Prussian blue. I think we've got it now. Ah, much better. Let's get that there. All right. Oh, that's what we would like. We'll try and get some of this also on the bracer here. I was like, wait a minute, wasn't there something else? Would have been nice to have that on. Yes, the bracer for sure. That's probably, well, it's a little bit difficult of a horizon line to do. We talk about things like the bracers being a cylindrical shape. Well, it basically is just a cylinder there because, gummy bear arm and all. A little bit of the Mars red down on the belt there. If we take some of the violet to lighten / mix that with... Again, that's kind of a common thing that we do say for things like... for leather is actually almost go more towards a violet for those. Yeah, Camda, it's some of the textures, like that goldberry one, you can sort of... These little, I don't know, whatever the seed balls in, that worked way better than I thought. And even these leaves, right, that are the dress, that actually worked out pretty well considering how the weird translucent way it was trying to render it. It was very unexpected, Camda, for sure. Just getting that violet, a little bit more of our essentially Terra Rosa color there. Ah, there we are. And of course, Camda, if you want to share anything in the chat there, Camda paints also paints with the oils. Try and spread this out a little bit further. So again, we essentially have a bit of that kind of greenish reflected light, why? Because the dark blues and everything, right? That's going to reflect onto his face, skin, whatever, chin. We need to show that somehow. I'm going to try this again. Here again, look where my hand is on that on that handle. Nowhere near that metal ferrule of the brush. Oh, that's alright. We got the Mount of Sauron too. So, so many of these guys still yet to do. Lighter stuff on the cloak of the Witch King. This was actually the color we were using at one time. Let's see what this is. This light enough? Almost. Almost light enough. Boom. So see you later there, Doji. Have yourself a good one. So appreciate you being here, Doji. Hold on. There we are. Over the top there. Join it. Yeah. Okay. This would certainly be the lightest of the lights on the cloak, no doubt here. And we'll go. We'll put some more Jorks in those shadows there. Those will look even lighter when we do that little operation. Get rid of this brush out of the way here. Well, we're just going to utilize one of our filbert style brushes. Again, you could use that way, or look at that. It's got that chisel edge like all of our filberts do. That makes them kind of a Swiss Army brush there, because it can be different shapes, do different things. Like that. Again, that's the chisel format. Then here is the flat part of it. So again, you can use it in different ways. Here we're using kind of the flat portion of it. Then back to kind of the sharper chisel point of it, which when it's like that, looks an awful lot like one of your regular pointy brushes. And then you have something like that, where now it's much more spread out. It's the multi-brush. Yeah, a little bit more. We'll draw right up in there. Oh, and yeah, here, let's get some there. Like so. Here. More of that. There we go. So, you know, kind of reinvigorated the darks there, and then the lights that we put there, much more impact. Right? Which king goes over there? Back to the King of the Dead. Ooh, actually, let's do this. Gee whiz. Completely forgot about this. We've been doing on all of them here. Because I need to see what this looks like. Not so much on King of the Dead, but on Aragorn here, and even this. We need to see, okay, because right now that's just primer and then some of our later dry brush over it. You can see how much, and again, that's how light the primer was. It seems dark, like a dark brown, not necessarily quite that dark. Now it would be really hilarious to use this for paint, because this is what was put in the texture paste on our bases there. I think we'll maybe go with this brush here. So we're going to take our This is not our blackest black either, right? It's kind of a precursor to it. Cam, yeah, you'll have to let me know what kind of bizarro Streamlabs. Well, it could be again any one of 1,000 bizarro Streamlabs things, right? Because that's pretty much what it does very well is do bizarro things that make no sense. Yeah, oh, that really does make it. I'm glad I'm doing that. Wow, yes. So I think I could actually go. I could put maybe a little bit of darker stuff on the base. I think I have a little bit of leeway for that, right, Pascal? How you doing? Everybody, please give Pascal rules of follow. So Pascal, great to see you. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, all that good stuff. So great to see you there, Pascal. Of course, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead and do that. So great to see it. Actually, let me move this over a little bit out of the way. So Pascal, yeah, we had some fun on New Year's Eve. Now I would imagine the globe here that we painted determined that it was clear on New Year's Eve night. Well, Pascal, it doesn't have to be anything brand spanking new. Because again, maybe if folks haven't seen it before, it'll be all brand new to them. So yeah, just any kind of Insta links you got there, Pascal, please feel free to share those. Because yeah, maybe folks never seen them before, or they would just maybe they have and they would like to see them again. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Pascal just posted. And everybody, please give Pascal a follow. Now, have you done it? Let's see. I don't know if you were thinking of streaming on Sunday there, Pascal. Because I know sometimes Sunday mornings there, you'll do some streams. Wow, look at the difference this makes. So here, see, I might go a little bit later than maybe a little dusting, dry brush, later stuff on the base here for the Witch King. Oh, no problem there. No problem, Pascal. The calendar in my head it's even more messed up than it usually is because everything is happening on different days, and I'm even had to kind of stream on different days, like our New Year's Eve stream. That was Wednesday. Oh, Armored Wolf! I just realized we somehow escaped the whole internet provider turning off the internet for like 2.5 minutes to do whatever stupid update stuff they do. Maybe they just don't do their update stuff on New Year's Eve, I guess. So thank goodness for small favors, right? But again, everybody please give Pascal rules a follow if you could. Now again, our next stream, I think we're going to go with the 3 Gs here. We got Dark Queen Galadriel, we got Gollum, and we have Goldberry. I think those are the ones we're going to do. Let's see what we can... Oh, that's right, our fast mat. Wait, let's bring that out. I mean, geez, we're almost at 4 hours, much less 3. It's usually when we bring this stuff out. Alright, out you go. Not a bunch of it either. Don't need that much. Yes, the Paul Rubens titanium white sacrifices itself for the greater good, right, Camda? Some of the later stuff here for our Tree of Gondor freehand. Yeah, okay, there, let's catch the edges of a couple of these threads, just refine those edges a bit more. This one definitely. That one was all kinds of verschmizzled. And now we just deferschmizzled it. Yeah, Pascal, I think this holiday season, as far as the round ornaments or planetary ornaments, we did Earth, we did Venus for the first time, and we also did Ceres. I'm gonna have to do another Mimas because well, I Mimas was a Christmas present for my brother-in-law, so yep, we got to replace that. Everybody's got to have a Death Star moon, right, Pascal? Yes, we need object source lighting and freehand, and of course, non-metallic metal on our Lord of the Rings gummy bears. Boom, there you go. Nice and easy. Too much paint. Let's get that a little bit of that off of there. Some of our freehand up here needs to get a bit of a boost. Ah, down here as well. Come on, there we go. We just put up our latest tutorial video on the Patreon page, and this is a bust that I made testing a couple of things. First of all, the integrated plinth, which again allows me to print this very easily a whole lot bigger in FDM. There we go. Yeah. So since we have this nice, again, integrated plinth there, that gives me a chance to print this out in FDM. That's not a resin print, that's an FDM print, because probably wouldn't do that with a resin print now, would you? And then what I'm going to do, and we were talking about this earlier, I think I'm going to utilize Eldritch Foundry, or, probably Eldritch Foundry, I guess. We want to do another bust like this, but perfectly symmetrical, so we can do, again, this video, because this was a very unique video. Half of him is non-metallic, and the other half is true metallic. And it's split right down the middle. Of course, you see his face is kind of turned this way, so it's not perfectly symmetrical. I'm going to try and do another bust, again, in Eldritch Foundry that is perfectly symmetrical, so we can try something like this again. That was done in oil paints, and most folks, even when they see it in person, they cannot tell which side is the metallic side and which side is the non-metallic side, because there's no difference. The same principles apply whether it's true metallics or non-metallic. All we're doing is adding a little bit of our essentially metal medium when we're doing the metallic side. Reflected light, reflected color, it's all the same, doesn't matter. Because again, if you're not reflecting stuff like here, like we're trying to get even on our gummy bear, if we're trying to reflect light and bounce it around on a gummy bear, we might want to do that on our actual bust. That's supposed to be realistic, so to speak. So yeah, Pascal, if it doesn't quite work in Eldritch Foundry, it kind of depends what kind of armor I can get. Because the face doesn't really matter. Actually, ooh, that's right. I would prefer to just have an armored helmet. So that might be a little bit in Eldritch Foundry's favor, because they have they have plenty of helmets to cover up the face. Yeah, the more maybe even a dwarf. That's it. We should probably do a dwarf bust of some kind. With, again, very heavy armor. There's tons of fantastic dwarf busts out there, but they're not symmetrical. And for a lot of reasons, they're not symmetrical. Most people wouldn't want a symmetrical one. We're just looking for that, again, for a very specific reason. And that's one of the primary reasons that I've just spent so much time trying to be able to make my own stuff. so that I can customize whatever it is that I'm making to the whatever it is that I wanted to teach or instruct. Because there's a lot of figures that are mostly right for what I want to do in a particular tutorial. It would be nice if I could just sculpt something and say, okay, that is exactly what I need for this tutorial or this series or whatever. And again, it also saves folks on the Patreon page some coin because they don't now need about 12 to 13 different Patreon or My Mini Factory or whatever subscriptions to be able to have the same figures that I am. Again, like all of our Lord of the Rings gummy bears, only way you're ever getting your hands on these is basically be on the Patreon page. Not looking to sell stuff on My Mini Factory, anything else that's way too much extra work and time that I do not have. You know, I'm gonna go and catch a little bit of the light from his eyes on the. Yeah, let's do that. Also, maybe some of this on the chompers. And now some of the light on his crown, too. Come on. There we are. And then this. Might have been a little more than we wanted. We'll take that down. No biggie. You can get that down later. What the stuff here on the right on the edge of his shoulder. That should catch some light too. There you go. Ooh, these guys. Bingo. There we are. It's starting to get even lighter down here. What about this guy? Right at the source. Right at the source. Some of the other things that I was going to try to do in also Eldritch Foundry was see if we can sculpt some Trench Crusade stuff. Because I swear there's some stuff that kind of has that Trench Crusade look in Eldritch Foundry. Also, well, where did that go? Is this it? There we go. Yeah. So I'm gonna try to make make this character also maybe into a miniature because, well, you know, it's a flat, and we're also doing stuff like this here. So we have various stages of Kamul the Easterling. So this is Kamul before you ever got the ring. And then this is kind of Kamul under the influence of the ring. And then I've also done a third sculpt where Kamul is completely corrupted by the ring. Camda, it occurred to me so long ago. It's been months and months and months. Actually, Camda, it was about 7 minutes ago. I went, oh, yeah, you know what I should try to do is take that flat and let's try to make a miniature of it. Because, you know, reasons. I have a whole bunch of those Trench Crusade images, right? That we did all the freehand on the vehicles and such. I just realized, why have I not utilized any of that, Camda? Maybe Camda, because all I do is words. That's probably the reason why. That's all I do is just words. I wonder, do I also get some lighter greens in here besides just the words? Maybe a little lighter. Alright, let's try this. Right, boom, there we go. That is just Just what we need right in there. Yep, too big a blobola on that brush. Let's get rid of that. And then try it again. And there we go. Some lighter green on the armor over there. So let me see. 4 hours, 10 minutes, and 21 seconds ago, these had Zippo in terms of paint. No paint, no zenithal, none of that. All they had, brush on Stynylrez, ebony flesh. That's it. This Aragorn, all three of our kings, Witch King and our Aragorn, all primed exactly the same. They were, all of these miniatures were primed at the same time, so definitely the same color. And once again, not terribly long from now, it begins again. What do we have there? Yeah, we got that. Here. Hey there, Flight Sim. Happy New Year. Great to see you there, Flight Sim. Glad that you're able to maybe get some of the printing stuff rocking and rolling again. It can be frustrating for sure. So great to see you there, Flight Sim. And again, I hope that Christmas was really, really good too. No, no, no. This one, where's... Ah, there we go. Yeah, we use you. Oh, jeez. All right, look at that paper towel out here. There's still some brush cleaner on there. Now it's gone. Is nice. We can do this. There we go. Yeah. That would have just pretty much wiped away the paint we just put on there instead of augmented it. Yeah, that's a little too light. We will brush some of you away. That, yeah, and let's get a little more light on there. Yeah, Cam, it just popped into my head. I'm like, yeah, you know what? I must have at least 13 or 14. Oh, we've also done what? 3 different Trench Crusade flats. We did the vehicle. So this was our Trench Crusade vehicle. Even this is part of the video here. We were sketching out the designs. I have this character. We should make a miniature of that character. Oh, geez, that's kind of unusual. Well, the Anycubic printers that I use, they date back to the age of steam. Actually, they probably predate that. Actually, there's a couple of oxen that actually are actually powering the printer right there. All 4K of it. Now, Hermit Wolf, it would certainly be interesting to see the Aowen bust or whatever printed at, was it 16K or something like that, that the new, that new Elegoo is. Man, oh man, that'd be crazy. Back to my dark here for his schnoz. Try it again on this side. Now we're getting somewhere. Take a little bit of that light away there. Okay. I think I'm going to grab this brush plus this. Oh, yeah, our chromium oxide green. We're going to do this. That's super dry brushy. That may be a little too super dry brush. You're going to touch a thinner in there. There. That was way too smooth up there, way too light. We're just changing that around now. Let me do this, and again, some more of our dark stuff there. Try. Oh, that's too much thinner. So I'll bring it over here to get some more of our paint back in there. See, so now these upper areas of the crown, those are going to stand out more because guess what? They have this darker backdrop to show up against. No, nothing that I got to worry about. I have a 4K screen. I'm still working in 4K, so don't have to worry. Oh, I'm going to try and brush some of this dark in here too. Yep, there we are. Also, there. Yeah, oh, that was a nice little change right there. We needed to do that. Also gonna, you know what, maybe add a little more of our dark stuff on our skilly friends here so that they maybe even a little bit of something shadowy here, right? Because the light would be hitting them, casting a shadow over there. Not, oops. Let me try this again. There we are. Maybe some of that. Back toward a little bit of magenta there. There you are. Touch a couple of little lighter things on our little skilly friends down here. Come on. There. So among the many, many, many things we have to print out, gonna have to make some 72 mil scale basing bits for sure. Because I have some, I know I printed out those, like some trees and such, but those are with the, oh gosh, what are they? The Raging Heroes figures, that's it. Still haven't had a chance to film the basing video with those much larger, about 72 mil prints of Raging Hero figures. Fine, I wasn't really thinking about putting this much later haircut, but that does actually kind of make that more layered. No, yeah, we'll roll with that. Some light there. And here, let's, oh yeah, up here. Right there. Come on. That side, there we go. Maybe extend that light a little further there. Geez, Velfair, holy smokes! Surprised that you're still. Well, I was gonna say still up, Velfair, but and we don't mean that in a nasty way, right? Because again, who would have thought that one condiment could have such a gravitational force there, Velfair? So Velfair here, we'll line these babies up here. There's our three kings. So Velfair, if you want to do any film noirs or anything like that as you head off into the, well, sunrise. Yeah, Velfair, you're heading off into the sunrise, not the sunset. Actually, Velfair, it's going to be interesting from a cooking standpoint here because I think I'm going to have to like start the slow cooker at 6 or something in the morning or something like that. And then that would go till about noon or something. Yeah, we might have to do that because I was trying to get that going before the stream, but now that since it has to go at least 6 hours, that wasn't going to happen. What is going to happen is a little film noir. So again, look at the different shades of green, right? We got yellow greens, we got bluish greens. When we take all of that away, yes, there's shading here, but you can kind of see everything just sort of, it becomes just pure value. There's no extra little bit of contrast here. Let's grab our Galadriel to demonstrate this again. Now, when we bring this back, all of this kind of boring stuff here where it looks like there is no, that looks like there's almost no shape to it, right? All of this stuff here, when we do this, so now we're at about 3%, we're at about 15-ish percent. You can see it, like even here, a little bit of, now we're about 30-ish percent. You can see there the greens start to take on. Now we're getting real close to our 50. We're almost there. Now we're at 50. So again, we have cooler greens there, warmer greens there. We have blues. You can see violet. There's even some of this green in some of here, and then of course here in the face, same thing. So see you later there, Valfira. Well, I guess, well, we'll see what happens with these division championships. And again, we could, Valfira, we could have ourselves a 8 and 9 team, win a division, and host a playoff game. That would be like the NFL's version of Group of Five, right, Valfira? So see you later today there, Valfira. Have a good one. And, well, sir, I'll shoot you a message, obviously, to see, yeah, Valfira, we don't need any mustard activities going on there. No gravity attacks. The gravity monster didn't wait long. Well, let me see. Now, which one is bringing the gold? Well, I guess this one's bringing the myrrh, because that's an incense, right? So this one is bringing the myrrh. Well, let me see. He could be bringing. Oh, he has the black breath. So frankincense. Yeah, frankincense there. Now, well, he's bringing the gold. He's King Aragorn. It's all about prosperity, right, Velfira? So yeah, gold, frankincense, and myrrh. Or was frankincense, was that used in, shall we say, more burial situations than myrrh was? I don't remember. Let me do, yeah, here, let me catch a little bit of that edge right there. So we got all figured out, Velfira. Which one of our three wise guys is which? I think I did send you, right, Valfira, the pic. Oh, yeah, Ugly Dolls as the nativity scene. You know what? That's what we're missing down here. There's a couple little. There we go. Not everywhere. We're almost trying to make this look as if maybe some of the weathering is worn away, if that makes any sense. Because yes, you can wear away weathering. Hmm. Is that getting too light? Maybe not. So again, trying to kind of do a little bit of that twilight bring ray thing, sort of what like the Weathertop scene in the movies there, where essentially Frodo can see them the way they actually are. Now the interesting thing about Weathertop and such, when Frodo stuck that ring on there, it actually made it easier for him to find him. Because all of a sudden now he just kind of looked like them. It's like, okay, now we know which hobbit to do the pokey thing on. Let me try, yeah, there we go. We're taking a little bit of the light out of that. Now let me see if I can't take some of this, maybe, okay, so maybe get a little bit of our Indian yellow into that. So have yourself a good night's sleep there, Valfira. Again, take care. So Valfira, I'll send you the picture of the one that it made a really nice one, Valfira. I've been trying to make the STLs of it. Unfortunately, again, it keeps excluding parts. Like the fell beast only has 3 legs, then it has 5 legs, or whatever, because no matter which way I try to rotate or alter the pose, when it sees it, it says, okay, well, clearly he does not have this many legs. Oh, geez, now we need to do an extra leg in there. So yeah, I'll send you some pictures of the one. Well, technically I did 2. Actually, oh, you know what, Velfair? I might be better off doing the more translucent one. I'll bring that one into Meshy then. Because I thought it was going to have a problem. Like, okay, this one here, I thought this was going to be a disaster because well, you can see by the picture. Same thing with the King of the Dead, right? They're almost translucent. I wonder if that's not actually a better idea, Velfira, because now it can actually see through and maybe understand the geometry. I might have to completely rethink that. Oh, wow. Who would have thunk it? Yeah, I might even do that for some of the, well, realistic ones. Where I say, you know what? Crazy as it sounds, render this thing mostly translucent. That they would look, boy, talk about some weird looking uh, orthographic images there, Valfira. Ooh, I should do that to the autocorrect monster. Yes, I should do that to the autocorrect monster, and then maybe it'll have an easier time figuring out the rest of them there. Yeah. So here's a little something to haunt you in those dreams. Right there you go. So yeah, if I did that translucent, maybe it would figure him out a little bit better. Actually, I'm going to try and redo the orthographics of him in Meshi because there's that really nice image generator. Well, we're going to wait till January 4th when all of our credits come back. Yes, well, we made it, Velfira. We made it with, again, I think 400 credits to spare, or 420 or something like that. But yeah, that 1,000 extra ones there, that really worked out great because I did a whole ton more gummy bears and such, plus our Galadriel busts. Fine, we'll throw a couple little extra little lights on their skillies here. Now, what if we were to take you, some of this radiant green, do a tiny bit of lighter driver. Speaking of lighter here, let me grab some of this. That's that lighter blue. There we go. So again, our weathering powders seem to do pretty well right there. Look, even at this point, it's still picking up all that darker stuff. That's sort of darker, as we just kind of call it now, the post glaze. Just yeah, that little bit. Okay, get rid of this. Aragorn here. Back to our much lighter light. So here. More of our light. There we are. This is the okay, this is as light as we can go. There is nothing lighter. This is it. If we were going to do anything else, we would have to make it darker. Easy enough to do that, or even just add mid-tones, one or the other, or again, or both. I'm going to use you again as a little bit of a blending brush right in there. Might throw a little bit of our light on his face and maybe a tiny touch of light on his mustachio. No, I'm getting too light on the hair. Let's take a little bit of that away. Right there. Try to find a little bit of the lines on the parts of our tree here. And actually, let's redo these stars. Well, that star in particular. Touch more of the lighter stuff on his cloak there. Got again our white tree of Gondor here. Because, you know, King Eldasar and all. I'm going to try to get a little some here. Maybe make it almost look like what we have here for that freehand is maybe semi-repeated in here in this trim on the jerkin. Nope. Back to our, yeah, there's our sky blue here. Try and doing this. Oh, there's, yeah, here, let's fix up this. I'm gonna have to really thin this down. There we go. So that is okay. This one over here, we got some of the gold stuff from the base on there. Let's get rid of that. And then down in here, we need a little something in there. Not quite reflected light, but just some kind of light. I was all just mostly our darker glaze that was in there, and not a whole lot else. See if we can maybe do a little bit more with some folds on this. Here, let me get some of that lighter stuff in there. That not part of the trim, so we're going to essentially darken that up a little. And oh, now we will get some of our sky blue there. Sky blue there, and now a whole bunch later, because gee whiz, that's the armor there. So let's grab some of this now and break that down. And now the cloak is going to stand out a little bit more from that instead of it all just kind of looking exactly the same. Last little bit of light for. No, we got it there. Yep, that is going to make some more sense. Also here, we're going to lighten up this part a bit more. How's about we reinforce a horizon line here on that bracer? Yeah, yes, it's a gummy bear, but we're going to also make sure we have a horizon line there. Now we did get our blue on that side. Maybe got this turquoise here. Yeah. That's it. Perhaps a little bit on the lighter side of the idea, and I'm gonna maybe get some of this up in the crown too. Oh, that's not too bad. Doing all this crazy stuff again in a it's a gummy bear, but we're going hyper realistic with all of our reflected light and everything else, because gummy bears just scream for realistic colors. Yeah. So it's the phthalo green and almost the same lightest blue that we were using in some parts of the bracers there. Now I'm going to use, once again, this as a blending brush, just taking that as he's stabbing away at it, and that can draw some of that down. Lighter brown. Boo, that's a little bit too light. Don't think he needs like super polished boots. That's probably not where we would go with that. No, I don't think I want to lighten that up at all. Let's leave the rest of that be. What about our Witch King here? Thank you so much, Armored Wolf, for posting a link to the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. If you want to see the other gummy bears being painted, only place you're going to be able to see those streams is on the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel, because you can't save stuff on Twitch anymore. And the nice benefit is, yes, there is a playlist on that YouTube channel that is called Lord of the Rings Gummy Bears. So if you want to see these, instead of hunting around through a bunch of thumbnails or whatever like
Hello,
you used
little
to,
hobbits. Spark my ganja.
now all you gotta do is find those playlists. Thank you so much, Big Da. How you doing? Let's see. Actually, let's go this way. Yeah, here we go. It's like, so no Felbies for you. It's like, well, you do realize that horse hates your guts. He's like, yeah, I hate his guts. It's like, dude, man, I just every so often I just kind of hitch a ride. What's the big deal? It's like, I just ask who I hear about what's a big deal about hitching rides every once in a while. It's like, yeah, see now you know why I'm not riding that fell beast. Let's get. We actually did have a big six already. Let's see if Big Da is going to get also a six. Ooh, it was pretty close. Got that for you. It flashed. It was flashing six. And I kind of bounced a little bit into a four for Big Da. Thank you so much, Big. How you doing? Happy New Year. All that good stuff too. Thank you so much for the follow. Well, let's see where we're getting closer to. Let's see. We're trying to get to 9570. And we appreciate all the follows getting us closer. Again, there ain't no fabulous prizes for it, but it is super appreciated. Hopefully Christmas was fantastic as well. Hey, Sea Dragon, great to see ya. Great to see you there, Sea Dragon. So Sea Dragon, boy oh boy, it's hard to believe that the most sacred season of the year is almost over, and that would be college football season. There's not much time. Well, officially, January 19th. That will be the end of the college season. I'm going to try and put a little bit of this on his. Well, we're going to say those are more like, armored gloves, I guess. So we'll try to give him a little bit of some of this lighter stuff here. So Sea Dragon, hopefully you had a chance to rest up from all the New Year's act day and eve activities there. Lighten this up too a bit more. A bit more. There we go. Now we're getting there. Now, Cedra, I've got. Let's see. Test prints of Gimli to do. We got Theoden on horseback. Aragorn on. Actually, we got a whole bunch of people on horses. We got Arwen on horseback. Oh, we got print out Elrond. Yes. We need the mob boss in Middle Earth, right, Sea Dragon? Who else? Who else is gonna make sure the garbage is all collected in Middle Earth if we don't have Elrond printed and painted? Do this right here. Yeah. More of that. Nice. Now on the helmet here, let me see. Do I want to use this to try and get the rest of the little filigree going? Maybe we'll try this. Let's see how this works. Now that we've done that, let's work the opposite way. Let's go darker with this. Mars black, a little bit of the Van Dyke brown. There we go. So, Witch King getting some filigree. Might also get some more of the rusty color back here too. Bingo. That. Okay, yeah, there we are. Back toward dark in there. this. Yep, there we are, more of it. Finishing off that area. Maybe we'll also here. Let's get the. That was not a bad idea there. Let me try this. Especially now that this, I think that's had a chance to set there more. Let me dive into. This is our fabulous, the Opera series. That's basically the fluorescent Paul Rubens there. We already have been using the green this whole time here, so we're gonna dive into the orange now. Orange. And of course, this is going to be pretty much on the translucent side no matter what because of it being fluorescent. Oh, there we go. Try that again here. Let that mix up a little. Nope, that's going to have to be thinned down. Thedra, it was a glorious day today because a little package arrived from Minnesota that had fabulous venison sausage in it. Ooh, that was really, really, really good. Now, we will take our orange. Get that on the armor here. Maybe, do we go lighter with it with the... Let me right there. More of the orange. Back that way. And there, okay, there we go. Yeah, no, he's starting to get a little more glowy. I mean, it's, again, it's a gummy bear. Doing the best we can. There, alright. We'll stop with it. Wait, no. Stop there. So again, we not gonna try to do our Mount of Sauron there. We'll save that. Again, we have many more of these to paint. I'm gonna actually let me get this much warmer stuff going with our much lighter green. We'll hit a couple light areas here. Let me try this up here a little. Yeah, here, let's lighten up this part of the armor up around his shoulders. Not too much though. Not too much. So yeah, a little bit well, later today, our second stream of Saturday basically. More of our Lord of the Rings gummies. And then on Monday, I'm gonna hopefully have maybe again find some of our Battlestar Galactica ships that haven't been printed yet. We will be getting back to not this Armada Monday, but probably the next Armada Monday after this. We'll be doing Battlefleet Gothic stuff again. because I have actually also been printing those out too. So it's kind of like it's a Hobbit stream there. Well, technically Silly Moth. If we're painting Gollum on our second stream today, it is sort of it's kind of Hobbit adjacent there, so it's almost like second stream. Hey there, Jay. Happy New Year, and same thing there, Silly Moth. Happy New Year. Hopefully, all is fabulous for you this New Year's. So great to see you there, Jay. Now we're talking. Yeah, that's also maybe a little bit more like there. Nope, no, not too light. So retreat a little from this. Nap Silly Moth. Let me light this up a little more. Let's get this too. I mean, since we've now basically hit our Christmas theme, three wise men right here. And again, I think we determined that was gold, that was frankincense, and that was myrrh. So we know what they brought to the party. Nice to see you there, Arid. Actually, Arid, hopefully the stream went well. And of course, Arid, why don't you share that Pinterest link in the chat? Everybody, please give Arid a wave of follow. And again, check out the Pinterest link that Arid's just about to post here. Nice to see you there, Jack. Happy New Year. So hopefully, again, the new year is working out really well for everybody already. I know we're only 3 days in now. But here's hoping. You know what? I'm going to change that back here. There we go. Everybody check out that Pinterest link that Eric and I've just shared. Jack, if you want to share something in the chat, same thing there. Jay and Silly Moss, want to share some stuff, please go ahead. Now, this is going to be very fun because we're going to paint this up just like all of our Dark Queen Galadriel stuff, right? Even what we did on our flats for Dark Queen Galadriel, so that's going to be very fun. And again, look at that hair. That is not too shabby the way that also worked out. And then here again, we'll get some primer on our goldberry there. So lots of flowers, lots of wild colors on goldberry here to go along with our Tom Bombadil. Where you hiding, Tom? There you are. Yeah. So there's Tom Bombadil. Well, Jack, here's hoping that you'll get yourself some extra time, right? Things work out this year, and you'll have more time to be able to paint over the top there. I might even let me consider this. Yeah. Well, okay, we can go with that. So here it again. Hope that the stream went, and you're gonna do your usual Saturday stream, right? 7 Pacific. Now, Irid, we did. Let's see. Well, there's a little bit of an atmospheric river going on over there. Again, the globe does determine what the weather's going to be all across the world. You cannot escape what the New Year's Eve weather globe determines. Nah, that's just too much there. Let's get rid of some of that. Not all of it, just some of it. There we go. It's good enough. Now, Sailor Mouse, well, it was a very rainy day in Pasadena as a result of our globe, which may or may not have affected the result of the Hoosier versus Tide game. Now, we had to erase all of the Venmo records, so there's no record that might prove that we influenced the outcome of the game under some other kind of influence. Touch more, yeah, here, a couple of those little lights on the on his sword there. Now, well, Camda, again, sorry that it's, I mean, we just knew it was going to be, it wasn't going to just let it, you know what, let's just let Camda start streaming again. Streamlabs won't do anything weird. We'll act like we should. We should act like normal, right? Not so much. That's, Streamlabs says we can't have nice things. But best look getting all that stuff going there, Camda, so you can get back into streaming. Now that has had a chance to set a little more. We're kind of going with chromium oxide green and a little bit of this. Might go lighter. We'll let that mix in. There we go. Blending brush. You know what? I'll just use this guy. Good enough. Yeah, Camda, there was it was one of the recent streams. I think it was just last week or something, where I had to restart the machine twice or something like that because Streamlabs are just like, oh yeah, you need to sign in again. And I'm signing in with Twitch like I have every time since, well, the very beginning, and it's like, nope, you can't do that. And I was perplexed, shall we say, right, Camda? I think we might have discussed some of the spicy words that may or may not have been used during that situation. Because of course, I do words, right, Camda? Sometimes spicy ones. Sometimes I do words, and sometimes they gotta be spicy. There we are. I'm like, wait a minute, what is missing down here? That's what's missing down there. You know what? I should probably get that little bit of light edge on there. Sure, we'll do that too. I don't think we want to spread that around too much. I think you know what? I might do a little bit of our lighter green all the way back there. So again, everybody please again give Cam the Paints a follow. Also give Ear to Cam Wife a follow. So let's see if this is 2021, 22, at least 23, 24. So over 2 dozen of our Lord of the Rings gummies will be painted, which is pretty remarkable, Camda, because it was December 4th when we even had the ability to create these. which is still technically not a month yet. So we've been painting Cam to gee whiz. It'll be pretty much almost like 3/4 or 7/8 of one of these every single day since we got the ability to be able to make them. And again, that also doesn't include all the other things like, well, these that also had no ability to make these until December 4th. Yeah, like these. Yeah, that's kind of crazy. And here at Camden, we're like, oh yeah, it feels like that the Paul Rubens were, years ago. I mean, at least it was several months ago. Again, probably about 10 months ago now or something like that, but this was like not even 4 weeks ago. That is absolutely bonkers, right, Camden? That the pace of change is happening so fast. Can't even have any hope of remembering what we actually did or how long since we were able to do it. Is that it? Okay, yeah. Well, not all the gummies have identifiable fingers. And in the case of our Witch King, apparently we do. Probably because they probably wanted to break that up into like a skeleton type of a thing. Yeah, that's probably why. There. Oh, geez, that's why it's 5 o'clock in the morning here, because we've been doing this for 5 hours. Well, I think if I want to have those prints going and also get that slow cooker going. Geez, I was saying, oh, let's get the slow cooker going at 6. Well, geez, that's a little too close to now, so we might just have to. My goodness. So you might have to move on along here. Do want to say thanks to Armored Wolf for doing the moderations. And of course, many thanks for all the bits and the subs and the follows and of course the raids, because we had at least 2 raids, maybe 3. That was 3 raids, so we appreciate that. And you're not going to have to wait terribly long for the next stream. That's just a matter of hours from now. And thanks again, Armored Wolf. Appreciate the moderations. And again, see you later there, Camda. See you later there, Arid. And hopefully things just only one holiday season at a time, right, Arid? Just one holiday season. So see you later there, Camda. I'm going to get a re-countdown started here. So see you later there, Arid. Let's get that going here. Let's review again our 3 kings. Again, gold, frankincense, and myrrh. At least that's how we're gonna have it go that way. So our 3 kings here had a blast. More of our Lord of the Rings gummy bears. So thanks again, everybody, and I will see you later today on stream.